Well, hello and welcome, dear brother Indy. Lovely to have you here. I've just landed. It's been quite a ride. How you doing, brother?
Doing quite well. Glad to be here.
Honored to have you as always, dear brother. I'm just busy sending the link to people. I was just sending it to you and you came, so serendipity. I don't know if you saw the words on the top. I thought to speak about power of words, because words is something you can never really fully encapsulate the power of words, can you?
No.
How much of an effect and how many different ways. So, how's your week been, by the way?
Fabulous. I lost my terrible job, and so I'm stress-free, and I'm having a ball. I got my time back,
Well,
my life back, and everything.
it's good to be stress-free. Was
Yeah,
your
I got
boss
like 7
being
clients that are helping
really
me work.
mean?
That's really mean. What'd you say?
Was your boss being really mean?
Oh
Aggressive?
yeah, he was cruel. He was very cruel and
Yeah.
heartless and facetious and just terrible in all ways. You never seen a guy this bad. I tell people like I wasn't allowed to talk. Have you ever even heard of that before? I met hundreds of thousands of people. This guy's uniquely terrible.
He's got a special place. Let's
Yeah.
just say that God has reserved a special place in hell for this guy.
No, that's true.
To coin a religious term, like just exactly where hell is, though, is another question. Sometimes I wonder if we're busy creating it to some extent on Earth, if we don't pay attention. Big love, namaste, dear cosmic brother. How are you doing?
I'm all right. How are you guys doing?
Good, man. I was, I was on the phone for like 35 minutes, 40 minutes with my ISP people, resetting my thing. The internet dropped off completely. I was like, oh no, I've got to do a live, dudes.
Fuck.
And my girlfriend was very patient. And she was like, I had shopping coming in for food, and she like checked it in, put it in the cupboards and the fridge, and kept my boy entertained while I sat on the phone for like 45 minutes, like going like, come on, people, I got a live. The clock's ticking. You guys got to make it work, dude. Or I want my money back. How's things at your end, Cosmic?
No, things are going all right. Going all right. Can't complain.
I suppose it's better things that are all right than they're not all right. I suppose.
Yeah.
Well, the conversation I thought would be quite an interesting one. We've already got 9 people in the chat. Namaste. Sorry, people, I didn't sort out the show before. It's been quite a weekend. I must admit, I did spend the day with my girlfriend yesterday. No, today. Sorry. This feels like yesterday already. And I'm seeing her tomorrow as well. In fact, I'm going to bake we are going to bake a whatchamacallit, pecan nut pie. Pecan nut pie.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, baby. Wow. So excited about that. That's going to be a lot of fun.
It's my mom's favorite.
Is your mom's favorite? Well, it should be everybody's favorite, really, because it's just bloody amazing, isn't it? Oh, look at me. Voila. Bing. I went from being like a dull, cagey dude in the shadows wearing a trench coat, might be a flasher, to being this like, bing, bright, here I am, people.
All right. Love it.
So, yeah, I was thinking, for conversation topics, one of the things that was like really I was picking up on lately is it seems like so many things, the more we look into what has been written, the more we've got to doubt everything. Like we literally, I was doing a bit of research into the Sumerian story, and you hear the Sumerian narrative. Oh no, most of the writing is shopping lists, right? Oh, really? Well, we've only translated about 5%. Oh, right. The rest, well, we don't really know what they are. We can't actually decipher the Sumerian old language. We can only decipher the Sumerian new language, which is why we've dated that as the official Sumerian language. We've got much older tablets that we don't understand. We can't really translate properly. We don't understand the grammar. Oh, no, sorry. They say there is no grammar. Oh, it's not that we don't understand it. They just, of course, that's what you do. You write a language without grammar. I mean, why would you want to go through the trouble of bothering with grammar if you've created a language, right? You've taken the trouble to prepare the tablets, to prepare the thing you write the tablets with, right? You've gone through all of that trouble. Oh, damn, we forgot the grammar. I don't think so. You see what I'm getting at? Like, I think the grammar is hidden in the language and we just don't understand it.
It's a clever excuse. I think hieroglyphs is a similar situation. They really don't understand them as well as they think they do.
And I think that the reason why so many people, like you'll see there's a lot of people out there saying that the hieroglyphs are just a lot of nonsense and they were made up in modern times, right? That the whole Egyptian thing is just fantasy. And I think the reason they say that is because the so-called academics, they all repeat the same thing. And they're not really telling us what's really going on because they don't know that if somebody doesn't know the answer to a question and you ask it and they tell you a false answer, you're going to think they're a liar and they're full of crap and that everything they said is wrong, right? Other than parts of what they say is wrong. Like, dear Hollowbone Hawk, thank you for all your help today. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry the last 45 minutes of you being here, or almost an hour, I don't know how long it was. It was me just on the phone with the ISP people. Thank you for sorting my little boy out. Whoops, if my computer crashes, it's because of battery.
Okay. I hope it doesn't. The iron candy. Yeah, so ancient Greek and ancient Chinese, they have a similar situation of having a very difficult time being able to translate it because there's things that have been lost through time and understanding to exactly how to interpret it. But certain people have become better masters at translating it, but it's always kind of a subjective situation where maybe they're just good at putting a better spin on it to make it sound better. Maybe they're kind of putting in their own sentiments and modern translation bias. You don't really know, but I know that Stephen Mitchell did a really good job at translating the Tao Te Ching, and there's the best classical Greek translator I found is Amun Hill. But those are some good people to check out if you want to check out some ancient Taoism or some ancient Greek wisdom. The Greek version of the Bible that came before the Latin has a lot more to tell. So it's really interesting if you're interested in looking down that rabbit hole. I'm going to put Amun Hillman's name in the chat if anyone wants to check him out.
Isn't that why people like you, Cosmic, have decided like screw it, I'll just make my own one? Were you talking, Cosmic?
Oh, no.
And also, if you're interested in a translator that can spill the beans on a lot of the hidden information in the Bible, as far as the Latin and the Hebrew translations go, the best guy I found is Mauro Bellino, I think his name is. He's from the Fifth Kind show on YouTube. But he's got some amazing things to share. One of the things that I found that in the book of Genesis, when they say, in the beginning, God created, what they're really saying is that in the womb of creation, the Elohim created mankind in their likeness of character. The Elohim being the pantheon of the henotheistic gods and goddesses of the Judaic pantheon. So that includes several different gods that are not well known that were translated out of the Bible by Isaiah around 600 BC. We have El Shaddai and El Elyon. There's also Olam and several more as well. But also there's Asherah and Jezebel, the goddesses, queens of heaven. And then we have Baal and Molech and other various gods that were sometimes worshipped by the Judaic people, are part of that Elohim pantheon as well sometimes. So it's pretty expansive. And pull up some more names from the chat over here.
So sorry about that, peeps. I was trying to share this in Telegram quickly. Yeah, welcome. Who we got there? We got Buddha Yoga. It's been a little while, Buddha Yoga. How you doing? I hope you're well. Tom Roo, hope you're good, man. I hope you're thriving. We got Naraka. Big love, big blessings. Welcome. Out Tuition and Hollow Bone Hawk. Always lovely to be here. Lovely to see you guys. We're running a bit late today. In other words, I didn't pre-create the show. I wanted to do it like earlier today, but my internet was just, well, I had a massive problem with my internet. And now it seems I'm having a massive problem with that mouse, which needs to be recharged. Isn't that fun? All my stuff is just going, it's going up the creek, man, up the creek. More world stuff. Yeah, there's a lot going on in the world at the moment. And this is something that sort of got me looking at just exactly where we are at, because there seems to be such a massive trend right now towards these data installations. In fact, that big war in Iran seems to be because Iran was targeting the data centers. That seems to me why there's been a massive war. It just gives you an impression of how important these data centers are towards global control and and lovely Tom Roo. It's always good to spend time with the feathered friends. I've got a feathered friend on my leg here. I've got to go and put him into bed any minute. But I think like the data centers are also what we're talking about, Jack, because we're talking about, the occult power of the word. And the exchange of information is really what the word represents. So when we speak about the word, we can unpack the word. A word is a group of symbols that together holds some form of specific information. And when you put these groups of symbols together to form sentences, you get a powerful download of information that can be a narrative or something quite specific, right? In a sentence, you can get the directions for how to bake a cake, right? Like one long sentence, like, you got to break so many eggs into this, mix it with that flour, put it in there, mix it with that, stir it like this, put it into that tin, put it in, preheat your oven to that and put it in for so many minutes, full stop. You've just given the full directions for how to bake a cake. And these data centers are giving a lot of information about you can control this human being in such and such a way. This is that human being's weak spots. This human being is susceptible to this kind of advertising. This human being is, these are their particular views and beliefs. So we can put them into that basket when it comes to exercising mass control. So we can see exactly how, condensed the information is becoming. Big love to you as well. Big welcome to Freya, sending you big love, big blessings. Hope you're good. Hope you're well. So I think when we start looking at the power of the word, we probably should start with cymatics, shouldn't we? We should think about the resonant frequencies of vibration. And Indy, let me know. You said you were looking for a couple of cool things to share with people. Just give me a heads up if you find when you find, because I'll get onto a roll so long. We can put a bit of cheese on the roll with some salads and see where that goes. So the best way to do it is with an image, because a picture speaks 1,000 words, naturally. I think, when we start to look at the fundamentals behind words, we want to understand that the words, the language that we speak, obviously are characterized by words which are characterized by alphabets. And to break down the alphabets, is to really get like a very deep sense of understanding. And obviously we're looking at the Phoenician slash Paleo Hebrew. And it's interesting when we look at the age of Phoenician and Paleo Hebrew, by the way. These are most of the Western spoken languages. They're actually a very similar age. Paleo Hebrew is as old as Phoenician. I'm pretty sure they pretty much, what are they, within a century apart? I think they're pretty much the same age, pretty much, which is quite interesting. We don't always take that on board. They're totally identical alphabets, and that's the Northwest Semitic and Canaanite roots, and they're almost identical. Specific age of each. Let's see if they give us a specific age. So the Phoenician they're saying is the 12th century to the 11th century BC, and the Paleo Hebrew is the mid 10th to the 11th. So there's about a century between them, which is quite interesting, you know, when we start to look at it. This is what the so-called academics say. Namaste, Natalie. How are you? Hope you're well. Hope you're thriving. Sending you big love, big blessings. What have you got for us, dear Indie brother?
So did you say that it was 1000 BC for the Hebrew?
Paleo Hebrew is 11. That's not Hebrew. That's Paleo Hebrew. That came long before Aramaic.
They have a recent finding from 1400 BC of Paleo Hebrew at Mount Ebal, which I believe is in Africa, near Egypt.
And I'm gonna say the same thing for Phoenician. That they're the same language. This is the point that I'm making. It's like a northern and southern dialect.
Yeah. Yeah.
But essentially the same language. Further north, you got the Phoenician. Further south, you got the Paleo Hebrew. But otherwise, the pictures were squiggled a little bit differently, but they're the same symbols. They're pretty much the same language.
Yeah.
And so that makes sense to me. Like I've always said to people that I don't trust the dates that are given to us, because these buggers are trying to scam us, right? They're always trying to scam us. Like they're trying to always scam like a half an eon of every language, right? Like if they tell you the age of a language, you know they've scammed you. It's like going to a shopkeeper in India and you ask them the price of something, and 50, 60, 70% of the time they're going to give you a scam price. And you're going to be like, seriously? You charging me that for a liter of milk? Seriously, dude, man, I could buy a cow for that. No. We got to talk, you know? And so you end up negotiating for everything in India, because everything that you get is going to be somehow quite scammy whammy.
Yeah.
So that's really what's going on.
The Google search will tell me that both Paleo Hebrew and Phoenician share the same 22 letters, but have spoken language and vocabulary differences. So they're spoken differently or pronounced differently or have different vocabulary, but they probably have some of the same vocabulary and possibly some of the same pronunciations. They just don't mention that.
Well, you see, here once again, they are talking about a much later Paleo Hebrew. Like you say, you're talking about Paleo Hebrew that's 400 years older.
Right.
They're talking about Paleo Hebrew that's 400 years younger. Oh, so if you take one language, like look at it like this, English.
Yeah.
Do the Southerners have their own type of English, and the Northerners in the USA have a slightly different type of English? That they'll use different sayings, different colloquialisms?
Oh, absolutely. Just almost as different as like in England and South Africa and Australia compared to the North or compared to the South. They think that like the North was kind of influenced by the English and the South was more influenced by the Irish.
Well, you know, there you go. And so when you look at that, you can see the difference in language in a short period of time in a language that we can know and see in Western countries. So imagine going back in time and there was a broader period of time for 500 years. Now that you say they've discovered that Paleo-Hebrew, I think that's not all. I think it's older. I think we're talking more like 1,000 years. So I think
Yeah.
like if we go back 1,000 to 2,000 BC, 2,500 BC, I bet you those languages were banging around there. And my impression would be that they would have been more of a singular language. Like, for example, Arabic and Hebrew, they speak about them as two different languages. But I'm like, but are they really two different languages? There is so much in Arabic and Hebrew that's similar, right? Like they have the same number system. They have the same alphabet. That's like the first hint, right?
Yeah.
So the same numbers, same alphabet. Most of the words are the same. In fact, they've got the same angels, got the same archangels. They got a lot of the same prophets, man. I mean, you see where I'm coming from. But on paper, it looks like two distinctly different languages, but they come from a common root. And if you go back to 1,000 years, probably Arabic and Hebrew were one language that split off. And the north was affected by local other languages, maybe Indian, Sanskrit, maybe other, and the south was maybe affected by North African language, something else that was local there as well. So it's just an interesting, Greek would have affected it, for example. I'm pretty sure, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Would have probably had a big effect on Hebrew. And Hebrew would have had a big effect on Greek, or the more modern Greek,
And apparently, there's like figures like Enoch that they have equivalents in Islam. But recently, I found out that there is a name for Enoch in Mesopotamian, which is pretty amazing. But Enoch is known in Islam as Idris Nabayullah. And in Mesopotamia, his name is Utu Absu, which means, I believe, the sun god of the underworld or the abyss. Which is interesting because in the story of Enoch, he's brought to hell first, and then he is brought to the heavenly kingdom, which they don't really explain exactly where the heavenly kingdom would be. But in the Mesopotamian story, the heavenly kingdom is also in the underworld, which is a common theme that we have in other world religions, where there's like a good and a bad underworld, where there's safe place where is welcoming and they're benevolent, and there's a dangerous place where they're not welcoming and they may even see us as prey or see us to be eradicated or something of the sort. We see that in Chinese mythology, also in Mesoamerican mythology, and Indian mythology, and probably a few more as well. I think in Norse as well. So there's several of those, and it's interesting how it was always in the underworld, but then all of a sudden the usurpers come along and claim that there's a flood and the ark is on top of the water. But before that, we had the Zoroastrian story of the ark, which was actually underground, a place for people to live through an extended winter or an ice age, where they stayed in an ark and they had a crow to help them discern whether it was safe to return to the surface. So there's so many similar themes to the story, but one being older suggests to me that there was like a game of telephone where the story was misunderstood as it was translated, or it was hidden. But to me, I can understand why the underworld narrative had become hidden, because in ancient mysticism, the story was that the humans were allowed to go into the underworld and the gates were open up until the fall of mankind and the rise of the fallen patriarchy, with the beginning of Marduk having slain Tiamat and being exiled from the underworld. The humans were also exiled from the underworld at that time. And so it's been hidden away. It's been obfuscated. And they now say that it's just a terrible place. There's nothing good there. They still maintain the themes of there being a place where people live underground in hellish places in modern mythos. But they claim that the divine benevolent ones are in the heavenly kingdom, which is interesting to me. And I feel like there could be kind of a double speak, to kind of play on words when they speak of them being from various star systems and galaxies. Because in my research, I found that in paleontological anthropology, that there's evidence that the ancestors of mankind most likely came from the sea on the surface, and that they became a breakaway civilization and created the megalithic architecture of the world. And they then created mankind as a hybrid slave race. And the idea that they had come from the sea, which is consistent with all the stories, like particularly like Namu, who was the mother of Tiamat, the mother of all the goddesses and the gods. She came from the sea, and Tiamat came from the sea, and Enki, the elder brother of Anu, the first Anunnaki, also came from the sea, and he came from the sweetwater sea of the underworld, whereas Tiamat and Namu came from the saltwater sea of the surface. So it could very well be that there were gods having come from the sea of the underworld and from the sea on the surface. But I think now the gods had retreated to the underworld until the end of the prophecy of the fall of humanity from reaching the utmost intensity of egoism, where we will then, the collective will then take the power back from our tyrannical leaders, I should say. And that time is upon us. The Kabbalah is now being taught to Gentiles for the first time in history, because they believe that is now the time of the prophecy where we have reached the utmost intensity of egoism and society is collapsing. So the structures of society, our authority figures' structure is collapsing, but there's a new system being developed from the grassroots up that's going to be sustainable, that's built on love and compassion and understanding, which is kind of a reaction to being subjected to fear conditioning and divide and conquer strategies. It kind of brings us together as a collective, because evil has the seeds of its own destruction. And as much as they try to push us to the ropes, it's just going to make us more resilient and stronger and more united. But they've done a pretty good job at dividing people with these devices. But in other ways, these devices are bringing a lot of people together from across the world, like this show right now. And all the great people in the chats that provide us with wonderful feedback and information to discuss on the show. We get a lot of inspiration from you guys. Thank you. And from each other, from various continents around the world. We're sharing wisdom that's been found from the niches of rabbit holes all throughout the globe. So it's a wonderful thing how there's such a paradoxical aspect. When they try to do something to hinder us, it also benefits us in ways I didn't expect. But I do have a slide to share, a share screen. And I found that information I was looking for. I was able to find it online. So let me see if I can scroll it down so we can see everything on here a little bit better. Where's my page? There it is. There we go. Okay. Names of God in the Old Testament. Now, there we go. We can see the whole thing. So these various names here. Now they list Yahweh and then they list Jehovah with various sub-names. Jehovah also being a sub-name of Yahweh or an alias. But there's other gods that are not listed as Yahweh or Jehovah. Those being El Shaddai, El Elyon, Adonai, El Olam, Elohim, which is actually a plural. It's got a male prefix and a plural female suffix. And then Kana. And so some of these gods are wise and benevolent. Some of these gods are more wicked and fire and brimstone. We have Kana being represented by jealousy, which is an aspect of Yahweh and Jehovah as well. But El Shaddai seemed to have been more of a wiser, benevolent god, a wise elder. And Elyon seems somewhat tyrannical, like the others that are more well known, and El Olam being the most high, very hierarchical. But in addition to these names that we have here, there's also Tiamat and Behemoth. Tiamat is listed in the Bible as Leviathan. And Behemoth is the character in the Bible that is the consort of Leviathan. It's not really explained as such, but Behemoth represents Apsu, the first consort of Tiamat. And they were discussed as having come from different places. Tiamat having come from the saltwater sea, and Apsu, his name itself meaning the abyss, having come from the underworld. So he's represented in the Bible as being on the surface, but traditionally that figure was known to have come from the Sweetwater Sea of the underworld. Interestingly, they both came from a sea, one above the surface, one below. And so they maintain the understanding of Tiamat being a sea serpent, dragon, goddess in the Bible as Leviathan. And that's part of the Elohim pantheon.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Carry on,
like
brother.
Figures like her and Asherah and Jezebel and Lilith and even Eve have been demonized. But traditionally they were worshipped in the matriarchal times as the rulers that shared the power as a syzygy with their male figure companions or consorts. But even Eve is demonized in the Bible as having been the one that was judged for asking for knowledge. And so they were exiled and thrown out of the Garden of Eden, much like Lucifer was exiled and thrown out of heaven for wanting people to not have to deal with having the free will to choose to do wrong and choose evil by accident because we're not given the knowledge of the discernment between good and evil. And he didn't like that. And so his compassionate yearnings for us to be able to choose good were denied, and he was then exiled as well. And so we have a God that is jealous, judging, punishing, exiling, potentially creating eternal damnation for those who are judged and punished, which seems a bit much. And if they're saying that these women were demonized, well, the very most high God that we see and Yahweh and Jehovah God that comes under him also seem to be very wicked and induce fear. And they create fear conditionings. You should fear God and be obedient. In a lot of ways, Tiamat was represented in that way because she was strict and she wanted her progeny to do well and to have high standards of living and live by principles. But of course, this was demonized, that she was mean and she was cruel. But I think in a large way, you could consider either one of these different figures or groups of figures as either being wicked and mean or being strict and compassionate. So we don't want to throw anybody under the bus here, but I feel like a lot of times demonized figures are usually a scapegoat for the ones that are actually the wrongdoers. And I think in this situation, that seems to be very much the case. Because of all of the wicked things that Tiamat and Asherah and Jezebel and Lilith and Eve did, they don't even compare even close to the wicked things that Yahweh had done. Yahweh demanded thousands of virgin sacrifices, thousands of goat sacrifices, accompanied by the smell of burnt flesh, and murdered people that gave him the wrong incense with the sacrifices. These are human sacrifices. We don't have any mention of any human sacrifices with any of the goddesses. They're inherently compassionate. They might be strict and want us to live by higher principles and not be embellishing in indulgences and iniquity and be somewhat mean to those who do to try to drive them out of it or judge them for it. But we don't see them doing things like Baal, where people were sacrificing their babies for blessings. But a lot of the figures that were worshipped in the patriarchal system seem to be much more evil and potentially using the other goddesses and various gods associated with them as scapegoats. it's not a very commonly held sentiment, but this is some of the things that I've been coming across in my studies, whistleblowing some of the information that I've found, which to me was always evident since I've been a child. They considered me a heretic when I was 7 years old because I would pick things out. I've always questioned things, and I would say, listen, why is your God so mean and punishing and cruel, whereas the devil, Lucifer, wants us to understand the difference between good and evil, wants us to help us have understanding. And as a child, it's all about learning to, you have this idea, like eventually people are going to teach me about the world and how to understand everything. And we know at that point, it's like, I don't really know much now. I hope somebody that is out there does know everything that can teach us how to understand the world. And when I was young, I was naive. I assumed that somebody knew everything and we could eventually learn that stuff if we look deep enough. But as I've gotten older and wiser and learned more, the more I learn, the more questions that arise. And so I found that not anybody in the world knows everything. And so we're all kind of in the same boat. We all share information, sometimes repeat a lot of information. But then some of us have insights and wisdom that come from within that bring strong, deeper understanding to things that people will see and intuitively understand. Like, that sounds actually more correct than what we were told. So that could just be because maybe people gravitate towards sentiments that are more appealing, that are maybe more universally appealing, which may or may not be accurate portrayals of the interpretation of the ancient ways or understanding. But it could actually be an uncovering of the deeper understanding that we all carry within ourselves. That in ancient Commission, they would say that we don't actually learn, we're just remembering what our soul already knows. And I very much like that sentiment.
It's very interesting when you're talking about this, and there was a researcher by the name of Obianuju Akonolonu, and she was a professor, obviously, a PhD from the University of Düsseldorf, Germany, who taught at Alvan Ikoku, right? Let me get but it's just so people can have an insight into what we're talking about here, because I think it's useful, and it has to do with a lot of the stories that we hear, right? Where is she? There we go. So here we can see the story of the lady. So she was born 1951 from Nigeria, and she was the former senior special advisor for the President on Arts and Culture, foundation member of the Association of Nigerian Authors, professor of Düsseldorf, Germany, also taught at the Alvan Ikoku College of Education, Owerri. She embraces ancient and modern literature. She wrote on ancient and modern topics. And one of the things that she researched was, she was very much into sustainability and development in terms of her modern writing. So she was a bit of an activist at heart. And she was also appointed African Renaissance Ambassador of the Renaissance Conference headquarters and all that. So anyway, she was a well-known and recognized scholar, shall we say. Oh gosh, I didn't show you the picture. I thought it was on the screen. Please do forgive me, people. So this is the lady we're talking about. Catherine, if you guys want to take a look and see, there's her name. You can Google her. And what she had written about was quite interesting. She had researched a lot of ancient documents, and she had come up with in her research, and now we're talking about someone who's quite, professor at Dusseldorf University and at another university, and she'd won a whole lot of prizes, and she was like a legit scholar in terms of scholarly circles. She was Nigeria's preeminent historian, anthropologist, basically. And her research of the Sumerian, by researching certain tablets, she reckoned that the Abzu was Africa. And you know who said that? Who else said that before her? Stitchin. Of course, Stitchin's been discredited by everybody. I find this interesting. And, her theories weren't debunked or knocked out of, they just weren't really discussed by other people very much because they were inconvenient. But she was a highly acclaimed historian. No one could knock her reputation, right? So when they can knock your reputation, they try. And when they can't, they just pretend you didn't speak. Or they just never mention that you spoke. I find that interesting because there are texts where I've seen where they're speaking about the Absu and how they actually fashioned holes into the earth. And in Africa, we've got all these legends here. We've got legends here in Southern Africa where I live, right? I'm here in the city where I live in Cape Town. There are indigenous legends that say that this mountain that my city is around, Table Mountain, has subterranean passages that go down into the underworld directly. These are the local San people's mythologies. There are also mythos of the Zulus and the Xhosas and other Sotho indigenous people of South Africa, my country, where I live, that all say the same thing, that there are numerous entry points into the Earth's crust here in Southern Africa. We also have thousands of gold mines, literally thousands of gold mines in Southern Africa that we cannot account for. Several hundreds of them here in this country, but many thousands throughout Southern Africa. Large, sophisticated gold mines. No one can understand. Much gold has been removed. No one can understand where the gold was removed from. I mean, where the removed gold has gone. Is it under the ocean? Where is it? Nobody knows. But there's a lot of gold missing. And so when you start tying in this to the narrative in the Sumerian texts, right, about how they came down and they needed gold, right? They specifically say they came here for gold. And that they then fashioned humanity, which is, I have shown this before, that is the most preeminent Sumerian translator that there has been, that had the authoritarian reputation as Sumerian. This is like quite an old, this is from about 80, 90 years ago, 100 years ago. And he translated for a long time. I forget his name, but it's in a live. I did it in a previous live. I've put all the information out there for those of you who want to go and check. Just go and take a look at these topics, and you'll find one of them in the previous live. It's about 7 months ago. And he very clearly outlines that they very specifically say that humans were fashioned. That's his translation. It's not Stitchin. These are the preeminent. And I was just pointing out how Stitchin's ideas, people say Stitchin said this and made it up, but actually he didn't make it up. That's that historian that said it, who was like a bona fide, won Nobel Prizes and all of that for his work. He was considered the top. And here we have another lady, highly prestigious, who's also saying a lot of stuff. Now, other historians will say, oh, Stitchin made that up. That's just nonsense, foo-foo. But we've got a lot of legit scholars. And when you start uncovering the rocks, you start seeing that the narrative they've given us might not be as accurate. And I find it really interesting that they are always going to, if you ask Google a question about Sumerian, they will always come back with an answer about Akkadian. Always, almost always. Now, they will point out, oh, it's no difference. Well, the difference is that the Akkadians came 1,000 to 2,000 years after the Sumerians. that's a pretty big difference, right? That would us, like, imagine the Dark Ages, right? We don't know much about what happened in the Dark Ages. We are just trying to put together the history before the Dark Ages and after the Dark Ages. We don't have definitive knowledge of what happened there, right? So the Akkadians didn't necessarily have definitive information about the Sumerians in the way that we don't have definitive information. Why would the Akkadians have had definitive information? So when you're quoting the Akkadians, you're taking, like, at best, a fifth-hand source, like what's a long distance, millennia, and at least one to two, maybe more, because the dates have been fudged, I'm pretty sure. So what this points out is, like, words like the Abzu can be interpreted as Africa, or they can be interpreted as the underworld, though there was an underworld in Africa, and it was literally under the ground. Now, the legends in South Africa speak about subterranean places where people have lived here in Southern Africa. You got the same legends in the USA. You got the same legends in Europe. We've got hollow earth theory. We've got all different sorts of ideas that have surfaced because of those ancient legends. So there seems to be two different narratives running. The one narrative is it's all just metaphysical. It's mythological. The other narrative is, no, they actually had subterranean place where they literally had a world underneath this world, a physical under the world where there were people mining gold, and a civilization thrived down there. And we have stories of the ant people, right, in the Americas that I have seen in my life. And they have sophisticated crafts. They use teleportation type technology, by my esteem, from my experience. And I didn't get the feeling they were from another planet. I think they live here on this planet subterraneanly. And I think there are other beings that live on this planet that we're not necessarily fully aware of. I think our governments may be well aware of them. And so you can also look at, like, a word like the Abzu and say, no, that's actually a continent. It's Africa. And so this is, like, where we start to get to the power of words, right? Like, a word can have a metaphorical inflection, and it can have a literal inflection. And it doesn't necessarily mean, just because it has a literal or a metaphorical inflection, that the other one is is cancelled, right? Because you can speak about something that's literal, but that literal thing you can then also use as a metaphor. And so that's, like, the intense power of a word, to just understand what we're saying here, is that one word can have multiple meanings depending on the circumstance that you're using that word in. And so the power of metaphor and the power of words, it sort of really brings us into a really deep realization. And I think this is something that the powers that be, as we all know, are using. They do have a way of bending our literal understanding of words and manipulating us through unconscious principles that are manipulated by meanings of words that we might literally take to mean A, B, or C, but it might have another inflection. And if it's used in a particular context, in a particular way, with other particular words, it could change the meaning of that word. And I'll use an example to show what I'm talking about. For example, color. If I put a red next to a green, or I put a red next to an orange, is the red going to look different to my eye? So imagine an orange background with some red in it. How is my eye going to appreciate that red? Imagine a green background with some red on it. How is my eye going to respond to that red? And so, can color have a different appearance based upon the background? And we know this is true because we've all noticed that colors can have weird effects on our eyes depending upon the background color. It seems that words are the same. and in such that the proverbial meaning of a color is different based upon its background, right? Literally, the meaning of that color is different. If you want to understand the meaning is how we relate to that color and how we extrapolate information from that color. That color is going to have a different character if it's on an orange background. We will relate to it and take different emotional impressions, information from that, meaning from that color. Words, depending on which words they are with, they can change their meaning. This is a very interesting, very occulted, and very subtle thing. What do you guys think about this as a concept? When, especially on the backdrop of like looking at the meanings of words with Sumerian ancient things, we're taught that it's just one thing or the other. What are your thoughts?
I think it's interesting because the narrative that we hear about the underworld from the stories that they say online and stuff, and the material that is available to us, suggests that Ereshkigal was the goddess of the underworld. So they've already admitted that there was a female goddess ruling the underworld, as opposed to the later on patriarchal system that mentioned only gods ruling the underworld, like Hades, for example. But it's also considered to be evil. Like, it's a place where Inanna had descended down, having to remove an article of clothing at each gate, and ended up stark naked at the seventh hell. And I guess she was slayed, and she was hung up on a hook, which is very morbid and bad scene situation. And then she was saved, was able to ascend back by Enki, after her handmaiden went to appeal to different various gods, first going to one god, and then to Enlil, his evil brother, and then finally to Enki. He actually was able to liberate her from having been killed in the underworld and bring her back to life and bring her back to the surface. So it's a very morbid tale, but we hear stories about how Absu, the consort of Tiamat, came from the underworld, that Enki was also god of the underworld in a psychopomp, but we don't really see too much in the narrative about those figures. But there was a story where Enki went down to the underworld, which kind of is a whistleblowing narrative where it mentions that he was able to bring one of his pupils from the human race that was promising, that seemed very wise and insightful and had deep understanding. It was a great learner. Brought him down there, and unfortunately, one of the infants of the gods contracted a plague from the human that was brought down there, and so after that point, the gates were closed to the human race to be able to go down there. So it tells a lot about the fact that there were places where they were going to bring star pupils down there to learn more from the sanctuary of the gods. And then more of the information talks about the morbid goings on of the place where people go to die and then become reborn. But not all of the stories talk about the fact that that was only a place where people go after death or to die. There were stories where people would go there to live and to learn. And so this is more consistent with the stories that we hear from the Rorik team that went to the Himalayas and heard giants through the walls of the mountains and disappeared for a long time and only had so many supplies for a certain period of time, a very short period of time, but were able to stay out in the Himalayas and somehow come back perfectly healthy. And their story was discredited, but they claimed that they actually welcomed into the Himalayas, into the mountains by the giants, and taken care of for a long period of time. Also, the story of Admiral Byrd, Admiral Richard Evelyn Byrd, was said to have gone down. His plane was taken over by UAPs that were referred to as Flugelrads by his testimony, suggesting that there were actually Nazi pilots for the Flugelrads. that it had a German name for the UAP. That's the name that they referred to it as, apparently. And they brought him into the underworld, and they had everything operating from crystal resonance and crystal forces that were integrated with Mother Nature. Their technology was not made of machine parts and metals. It was made from crystals. And they were benevolent beings, and told him to send a message back to the White House to stop using nuclear weapons, that it was detrimental to the entire world and to the underworld as well. So his plea to the White House was shot down, and they told him to never speak of this again, and he had to sign a non-disclosure agreement and promise to maintain his silence. But he finally released his flight log after years, but when he was close to, the end of his life. And so a lot of the things that are spoken of in that story of his flight log, of how he was brought to the underworld, are quite fascinating. It's a bit strange how they mention he went past a certain latitude, and all of a sudden there were no longer ice sheets, that it became different colors on the land, and that there was vegetation and mammoths. That seems a bit questionable to what we see on the maps, but we're not allowed to go below the 33rd parallel. And if you look at the pole, the South Pole, and granted, this was all about the South Pole. Now, when you look it up on the internet, they say it was in the North Pole, which to me is obviously confused and obfuscation. But if you look at the South Pole, the image of the pole area is just a circle. You could see the circle, and it looks like there's maybe a line or two. There's no geographical features. Now, of course, it is said that there is a giant crater at the South Pole, which is the one that actually wiped out the Precambrian era, which destroyed, 99% of life on the face of Earth, and life resprung from that destruction. And there is a huge 2-mile wide crater there. But the area that's shown there, that's covered up as a giant circle, is bigger than 2 miles, way bigger. And it's very strange how there's no features, and it looks very fake to me. So whether there's an ice wall down there, or there's vegetation and living mammals down in Antarctica, in the South Pole, past a certain latitude, very well may be possible. Some of the things that they've said is that they use their technology to alter the climates of their place under the surface. They can maintain a 72-degree temperature at all times, and they can use these stones to levitate somehow. There were ceilings that levitated, according to the team that went there, that was sent by Linda Moulton Howe to document the temple that was found under the ice in Antarctica that disappeared in the early 2000s. They were never heard from again. But their testimony, that before they went down with the film to actually document everything, was that they found temples under the ice sheet that were anomalous. There was warm, even though they were amongst ice, and that they seemed to the ceiling stand without any pillars. So they had some form of magnetism or something that they were using, according to that testimony. A lot of these testimonies have very similar themes, and it's quite fascinating. We also have the testimony of Lowell Johnson, who is said to have been welcomed into Telos under Mount Shasta in California in the Americas. And his story is also completely consistent with all these stories as well. They're all said to be giants that are about 9 to 11 feet tall, that were pale, wore white robes, sometimes with colorful sashes. They all say the same thing. So when we see that kind of consistency, that's usually when we've uncovered truth. Now, when there's things that are inconsistent, that's obviously lies, usually. And for one example, we have the idea that the underworld is only a hell, but to the Norse people, it was an icy cold place. But to the people in the Mediterranean region, it was a hot, fiery place. So are there different parts of it that have different climates? I mean, once you go under like a foot of earth, it's like 50 to 70 degrees at the coldest there. And it seems to me like the story that it would be really ice cold under the ground or really hot under there, or at least inconsistent at the very least. Now we could see where things might be hot if you go down to a certain depth and you're amidst lava or something like that. But it's to be determined as to what exactly is going on when we're interpreting these stories. Maybe some of them are deeper down and hotter. Maybe some of them are closer to the surface and perhaps colder. Or maybe there's like crevices where cold air and ice have permeated down into lower depths. I used to work at the polar caves in New Hampshire, and there's areas where there's fractures in the rock, and there's like caves. So it's just really just these giant fissures that go down, and it's icy down there, down to I think hundreds of meters down because it's all in the shade. But if there's like a surface area that's not broken like a fissure, usually there will be thermal energy that's under there that is just keeps it warm. And so like if you build a berm house in a berm and you have like a front room that's a greenhouse, it's going to be 72 degrees inside of your berm house without any heating or air conditioning at all times. And that's just with one small room in the front that's like maybe 12 feet in length from the door. So it seems a bit strange where they're talking about these places with having strange temperatures and they can't even get a consistent story where it's one way or the other. So to me, it seems more likely the case that there's been some embellishments and some lies and some obfuscations that are all over the map, very inconsistent. And there's things that have been told that are very consistent and seem to be nearly on the same page.
I mean, I think with hell, it's obviously kind of like, a subjective thing because like each culture, something is going to be considered hellish because for the Norse, they had to deal with really, crappy winters and stuff. So it would make sense that the underworld be, cold because that's the familiar pain and suffering that they deal with. Likewise with the Mediterranean, you have those hot, brutal, humid summers, or I don't know if it's wet or dry heat, but regardless, the idea, like, for me, like, I never can like gauge this like idea that like, even if there is this like a supernatural like, underworld or heaven or hell or whatever, like it's like I can accept that like as a general concept that there's like a kind of a state of mind or a place in consciousness where there's like, positive or negative thing. But this idea that like it's one specific religion that has it correct. Like the Norse is the one, like it's all just the Norse afterlife and everything is just like an obfuscation of that. I think it's more complex than that. Like we're talking about, a multi-dimensional reality being filtered through different cultural landscapes and different cultural worlds, but sort of like reflecting, a lot of the same, ideas. To me, really what hell really represents, I think, most culturally is usually like an exile from a culture. Because if you think about like from the Christian perspective, the idea of sin was that sin is essentially separation from God. And what is God to the Jewish people but the Jewish community, living amongst its people, going about its rituals and being part of that culture. And for the Jewish people to be exiled from that thing and be forced to live out in the wild away from their people, that would be hellish for them to be separated from that community, that thing that gives them their identity. So really, hell is different, for everybody. I think for some people, hell is the opposite. It's like being forced to conform to a group of people is a hell for some people, while other people getting kicked out of the group is considered hell. So really, it's more like maybe you should think of like hell as more like when you're sort of spiritually misaligned with your own soul. You're in a world that is, psychically dissonant with who you are and yourself. Like it's a kind of like a psychic dissonance that you're trying to contend with, So this idea that like it's so to me, whatever that hell is going to be is whatever creates dissonance and conflict in your being, whether that be, the cold for some or heat for others, it's going to be different, because you also have to think, for some people, what's, considered hellish and heavenly, is different. What's, unpleasant for one person can be pleasant for another one. You think about, like, the unruly, spoiled teenage girl who hates going out camping and like being outdoors and being out in nature and just is miserable the whole time. While on the other hand, you got some hippie that's going out there camping and just having the time of their life, So in a lot of ways, it's like, I think it has to be kind of like specific to the individual. Like even with Dante's Inferno, the idea was that each punishment was relevant to the sin that was being punished. Like gluttons were forced to live like in a vat full of like, filth that they would just eat for all eternity. The idea being that the sin and the punishment was related. The punishment was like directly related to the sin, and et cetera, et cetera. So, when it comes to like the afterlife and stuff like that, that's why I kind of think of it more now like a kind of general, like a general dream world instead of like one specific realm. It's like a bunch of different realms that you can access, because you also have to think with ancient people in ancient times, like they didn't really have this like knowledge of all these other cultures existed. Like maybe they knew about a few, people that lived nearby, or maybe there was like one obscure, tribe that lived somewhere far away, but they didn't have this, like they're aware of like, the ancient Jews weren't also aware of the ancient Mesopotamians, the ancient South Americans and the Chinese and the North Americans and the African traditions and all this other stuff. And I'm sure there's probably, you can argue there's some like, like, because with the Alexandria, there's obviously a melting pot of ideas and stuff, but not at the same scale that we're dealing with today, where we're literally aware of every single religion that has ever existed. You can just look it up on Wikipedia and find it, where, it's like, you think about like, as time has progressed, how our perception of what the world is has changed, what going from flat to round and then back to flat for some people, So to me, I guess when you look at like the heaven being hot or being cold, I think it's like, well, that is the hell for that particular culture. That is the hell for that particular group of people.
Yeah, you make a good point. I think what you're referring to is the fact that the people that have made speculations about hell being a certain way are people that have never gone there. And so their imaginations have ran wild, and they have stories that don't add up. They're not consistent with each other. They could be anything. There are some consistencies of them being in dark place. Maybe their fear overtook their hope. But the people that have actually gone there have the same story, which actually does say a lot. So I think there's a lot of light that can be brought to this picture from that alone. But at the same time, the idea that there's a hell where somebody has gone to be punished. To me, I've never bought that story, and I felt like that is some kind of an ultimatum that's used to fear condition people. You better be good, or else this is what will happen to you for an eternity. Because that's absurd to me. There's all the ancient stories say that there's reincarnation. You may be judged. The later stories of reincarnation narratives would say that only the people who paid the priest after the high priestess class was eradicated. By paying the priest, you're the only ones that can be reincarnated. And other people are devoured by the crocodile-headed god. To me, that's another absurdity, maybe where it began with Amun-Ra, and from there it spiraled down. But honestly, to me, I've always kind of seen it as a way of just making people scared. You better be obedient to these rules that we've laid out, or this is what will happen to you. And so when things are laid out like that, of course, people are going to have deep, dark imaginations about what it's going to be like there and what the torments are going to be like. But when you look at the old narratives, it doesn't seem like they really talk about there ever being a place where anyone is punished. They just say the worst punishment is you'll be reincarnated. You try again. You got karmic battles you're struggling with. You need to work on them again and go back and do more. So,
it's quite interesting when we look at a lot of these things. So I'm just going to try and see if I can bring something up in a minute. But before I do that, let me address something that was interesting. Talking about hell, right? Talking about language, talking about hell. I'm having a hell of a time here. I was having this conversation with my sweetheart. It was actually today. Was it today or last night? It was today. Abstract, man, abstract. Time dissolves when you're with your lover, you know. And there's no past, there's no past, there's no future. There's just an eternal present. That's what love is. And she was telling me what she was thinking, and I was like, yeah, man, I was totally agreeing. And I think we get into the conversation because of talking about, were we talking about the chakra, or did the chakra come on later? Okay, so for example, I'll break this down into seed bij syllables of chakra and elemental power, and how these words came about. And like, these are words that some of us will know. But before I get onto that, because Maya is going to come up, and Maya is one of those incredibly beautiful and powerful names, right? That holds so much in it. But the idea that, and this was like, Hollowbone Hawk, are you there? Hashtag Hollowbone Hawk. Hollowbone Hawk hashtag. Yeah, these were her words. What was she saying? She was saying, well, you know how the past, it's like, it's an abstract memory. I think that's more or less what she was getting at, what she was saying, and how the imagination is how we experience our memories in the past. And so the memories are fallible because they're subject to our imagination, and our imagination carries and creates the memories. Yes, there you go. This conversation was today, wasn't it? It was today. I think it was today. It was hard to say if it was last night or if it was today. But because of time dissolves. But and the future is also, you know, dictated to the imagination, which means that obviously the present is under the sphere of imagination. So it's all just your imagination. So with that in mind, if the past is the imagination, and the future is the imagination, and the present is the imagination, what is not the imagination when it comes to experiencing any aspect of reality? Whether it's creation, whether it's hell, whether it's heaven, how much do our expectations affect our experiences? If you spoke to a Norse person and they had a near-death experience, they went to Valhalla, bro. It was Valhalla, bro. It was cold. It was no. And then from Valhalla, if they were like, they looked into the bad place, or if they got there, no, it was cold. Then you speak to the Christian, no, it was hot, bro. It was hectic. Like I couldn't cool down. There wasn't a fan anywhere inside. I was sweating like it was like next to this hot fire. The other one was in the cold. You know, they were having different experiences. How much of that is because their imagination is informing their experience? So how much of hell is our imagination? This is why I always have a problem with people talking about their near-death experiences, because I'm like, it doesn't make sense to me. When I drowned, I was too young to have an idea of what to expect. So there was nothing. It was just vibrations and weird sounds and weird stuff going on. I was like, this reality is made out of vibrations and sound. That's weird. Like, I didn't know what any of this is. I was 3 years old. What do I know about anything? I know nothing. I couldn't even write. You know, I hadn't learned to write yet, which means I wasn't reading, which means I wasn't being taught anything. And so for me, that's quite a head trip. It's abstract to think of how these people have these different near-death experiences that have got all this whole narrative attached to it. And I'm like, I didn't have any of that. I was just like, my experience is more like the experience of like the book of Genesis, or like the experience of like, you know, like metaphysical yoga philosophy or something. I was like, oh, that makes sense. Yeah, there were all these different sound pitches and vibrational fields, and I was in this super vibration and it was resonating really fast. And I was like, I wasn't from here. The whole thing was inside out. It was inverted. It was like very weird experience, but it was a visceral experience. There was no imagination. There was nothing to imagine because I didn't know what to imagine. I didn't know what life was. I didn't know what death was. I didn't have expectations. I didn't have philosophies. I didn't have ideologies. I didn't have beliefs. I had nothing. Nothing but the experience of agony. And then these weird vibrations everywhere. And the whole universe was like a sound. It was loud. And so with this in mind, going back to the story of hell, how much of all these experiences of hell are programmed into our consciousness and tuning up our imagination? And how much of that is in here, being dictated here by the imagination, the heart, polarization? And so my point then to bring onto the table because of that means, well, maybe the word hell was a hole. A hole. You see? It's the words. Maybe there was a hole that people went into the ground. Right. And when you went into that hole in the ground, you went into a very dark place. And when you went into a very dark place, you faced your fears. Because this is what happens when you go into a very dark place. Whatever your fears are. If your fear is of the cold, you'd be experiencing the cold. If your fear was of the hot, the desert sun, you'd be experiencing like the extremities of desert sun and fire, right? So, yes, Oliver, that was today. I know, but at first it felt like yesterday, but I know why it felt like yesterday. So the whole idea is you know, could hell just be a hole in the ground that you go down into another subterranean world, which is really scary? Because any of you been caving before? It's pretty gnarly. It's pretty scary. When you go down into a deep hole into the earth, and it's like you don't know, you're not quite in your element. You don't quite know where you are. And having modern torch and stuff, imagine going down there and you don't have like spare torches and spare batteries, right? Like that, you're gonna have all of these different ideas. So yeah, and that basically cosmic. What I was saying was about how imagination is the tool through which we experience memories or ideas of the future or the present. So how much of the so-called experiences of hell or heaven or whatever is tempered by our imagination, our expectation, which then sort of makes one want to ask the question, well, could hell have just been a hole? And could that be the etymological connection between the word hell and hole? And it's a hole that people went down into the earth. Could there be an objective physical thing that we're talking about here?
And, well, you also have to think about it from this perspective. Like, let's say someone just, imagines hell, but their imagination is so good and so profound that its torture and its, pain, it would be equal to a real hell, even though it's not technically, really hell. So then you think about it from a perspective, it's just like, well, what makes something hell in the first place? Do we define hell as simply a place of suffering or separation for God, or do we define it as some kind of very specific location with a very specific, place where there's entities and there's you know what I mean? Like, it's like you can think of it as more just like a general heaven and hell as sort of general concepts versus sort of more specific locations and places with these specific tendencies or whatever. And to me, it's kind of like it's sort of all real and not real at the same time, maybe, and it's interesting because I have my own perspectives that I bring to the round table about stuff, but then you'll correct me, but then the Fae will give me a completely different correction on wait a minute, it's no Cosmic, don't immediately downplay these ideas because I've been thinking an interesting concept, how there's how different belief systems play against each other, how like a skeptical belief system will sort of drive you towards like a belief system. So I've been thinking about like nihilism is like the attack dog that keeps people in religion. Like people don't think of it like that. It's like, oh, you want to get away from your religion? It's like, oh, you want to be free, you want to figure out your own thing, but then they bring out nihilism, and it's like this big scary dog that's gonna like bite your head off. It's like, you sure you want to go into nihilism? People are like, no, all right, come back to us religion. So in a lot of ways, like the fear of nihilism, I've realized, keeps people locked in religion, right? And I realized like what the Fae have been teaching me is that mystery is the way to overcome the fear of nihilism. So you don't overcome nihilism by sort of like going into the opposite. You sort of learn to accept a certain level of uncertainty in the universe, and you don't let that uncertainty bother you or, sway your opinion on things. So I don't know, like that's just my perspective and what the Fae have been, teaching me about stuff, because what I've been really having to contend with the idea is that there's more than one history. Right? There's more than one timeline. Like when I showed that Zerfax map chart, and there's all the different Zerfax channels, the Fae have been basically telling me that each one of those Zerfax channels has its own history and its own timeline that basically represent it, because each one has a different idea of how the universe was created and how the universe is going to be destroyed. It has its own different life cycle. So from their perspective, it's like you have to kind of see all of these things as being true simultaneously, but existing within their sort of like their own dimensional spaces. Like there's like your timeline exists in one space, the mainstream timeline exists in one space. And to me, it's like, I fear like when it comes to understanding reality, that you can't 100% discern if it's like material or it's mind or it's matter or dream, whatever. But what you can discern is that there are experiences and that there are things that we experience. And that's kind of what the Zerfax concept is. It's like, okay, I don't know what everything is, but I at least know there are Zerfaxes. I know that there are experiences. And if I can use that as a starting point, then you can kind of start to figure things out, I don't know, in that particular way. So I don't know, I kind of like rambled off. I don't really remember where I was even starting with this particular point. But I think what I've realized in my own studies is that like I have to realize that both the kind of the mainstream scientific history of what's happened, what that story is, and then there's more of the mythical story of what happened. The world was created by gods in this particular era, and this god begot this god, and they married this god. And I have to basically contend with the fact that both of these worlds exist. Whether they're true or not, they phenomenologically can be experienced by human beings as if they're true. And by sort of like what you can kind of see both of those things existing simultaneously, you then start to understand the meta reality that surrounds both of those paradigms. And then that's where things start to get interesting for me.
Yeah, that's quite interesting, and I think there is a lot to unpack with that, that with regards to the imagination. And I'm always saying this, like the imagination. In fact, it was a recent chat. It was a chat we were having on Friday, where I was breaking down the importance of the principle of polarity, because we're talking about the principle of polarity here, right? About beliefs and polarizing ideas, and how one idea can polarize you against or to rule out other ideas, but attract ideas that are like itself, right? Harmonic resonance. And that polarization is really it is a facet of vibration, because in order for vibration to exist, there has to be polarization. Otherwise, there cannot be vibration. So for the one to exist is for the other. And polarization then becomes the vehicle through which rhythm can regulate vibration, because the specific polarity will be specific to that particular pitch there will be different polarities based upon different pitches that will interact with each other, producing cadence. And the cadence will be an expression of the rhythmic vibration time. And so, you can see how rhythm and vibration sit with polarity between the two, literally. And I will bring that up as an image as well. I think it's a good image to bring up. But first I want to, well, actually that image is a perfect image to bring up. I was looking for an image to show you guys. Then it occurred to me, I got the image. So if you think about, and it will come up in a second. 1, 2, 3. Oh my God. So it's doing it again. This is like the 4th time that it does it, and then it allows it, and then it doesn't allow it. I'm going to just change internet connections and see if it changes anything. That is such a hit trip. Is it? There we go. I have now changed internet connection, and let's see whether it will now allow me to, whether it's StreamYard blocking me or not. No, it's definitely StreamYard blocking me. Okay. So this is a little bit annoying, but I will find a way to make it work. So, looking at the way in which the system works out, I'm just going to quickly find, I did a workaround for StreamYard because StreamYard has been more and more inconsistent of late. There we go. This is called being clever, the workaround. So I'm going to open them as an image selection, and then I'm going to go and share the screen as a, this is the only way I can do it. It's really annoying, man. I pay money for this. I pay money for this service. I've got to make a proper complaint to them and tell them it's totally unacceptable. This has happened 3 times in a row now. So share screen. If I share screen, I can actually share the whole tab as opposed to sharing individual windows. There we go. So there we go. Can you guys see the pictures? Is it on the screen? There it is. Okay. So if you look at these images here, let me change this. Here we go. That's the one I was looking for. Then you can see your chakra here, right? The Sastra chakra is the mentalism. That's the crown. The Ashna, the correspondence, intuition. Visuddhi, memory, vibration. Anahata, imagination, polarity, the heart. The heart is where we imagine. Manipura, solar plexus, power of the sun, rhythm, willpower, cause and effect, the Svadhisthana, sacral plexus, desire, that which brings children into to play, the womb of creation, and sensation, Muladhara, the gender, the coming together of masculine and feminine forces. So when we start to look at this, and I'm going to give you an insight into the nature of the word Maya. And so, because we're talking about reality, we're talking about the nature of reality and how the nature of reality is an expression of vibration and how vibration is the foundation of the word, the logos. And so we're looking at Visuddhi here. I hope you guys can see my, can somebody, Indy or Cosmic, can you see my mouse on the screen or can you not see my mouse? I'm curious.
I can see it. Yeah, you're good.
Okay, good. I didn't know if you can see it. It's just, actually it works better like this than actually showing an image. Interesting. So we've got the sphere of vibration, which is really the foundations of memory, Visuddhi chakra, your throat chakra, which is your thyroid, parathyroid, and it's also to do with all your psychic abilities and your mental potential, mental energy. And your power of rhythm, which is your pancreas and your stomach, and that's what governs all the temperature in your body based upon how fast the metabolism is moving, right? Your stomach, pancreas is dictating your digestive power, which is going to decide whether energy is being stored as fat cells or whether energy is being broken down into releasable energy, which is going to make you more hyped up energetically. And and then cause and effect, which is your sacral plexus, which is relating to those particular glands, also relates to the bladder. So it has to do with the fluids that build up, and the sexual impulses as well, very strongly related to this Svadhisthana chakra. So especially the womb and the woman more so than men even focused on this. So when we go into look at this particular chakra, its seed syllable is vam, but vam is also ma. So ma is the syllable that controls that chakra. Vam is to connect with the elemental energy, but ma is to gain control over that chakra, right? And so that's interesting. So when we speak about ma-ra, ma-ha, and ma-ya, maya, maha, and mara. This is very interesting. When you combine the control over desire with the will, the bij, right? Ma-ra. Now that's for the elemental energy of fire. Fire is highly destructive, right? But we're taking away the m, which is the manifestation element. So we're speaking about it as a concept. So it's ma-ra. That means to unalive, to not be alive, right? When we take the ma-ya, ya, right? Yam, which is the element of air, but we take away the m, which is the manifestational aspect of the element of air. We got the ya, which is the prefix. Maya has to do with the polarizing potential of the imagination, right? But we're invoking the power and control over desire to control the element of air and polarity through the watery principle, which is interesting. Or the watery principle trying to control the power of the will, rhythm, which is to unalive or not be alive. Or Maya, which is the dream state, fantasy. The reality is this dream. And then we've got Maha. Now, Ha or Ho is the elemental bij, seed mantra related to this Visuddhi chakra, which is Home. Now, this is when you take away the manifestational M, which is the seed of Om, then you end up with Maha. And so it's quite interesting. The Maha is the great spirit. And so that's the principle of vibration. That's the principle of sound that is underneath all things, that the true power of creation. That's why there's the Mahadev, Mahashakti. Maha means it means to make something bigger and greater and more all-encompassing. And then the Maya, which is the polarity, which is binding this great spirit onto the world so that it can produce cause and effects and gender that we experience physical reality. That's the polarizing, Maya. So you can see how the word Maya has got connections to the heart, right? Obviously, the physical heart is related, the thymus gland, to that chakra. And the heart is the polarizing tool within the body, produces the polarizing flows so that the blood is polarizing and the plasma in the blood is polarizing. That way, the red plasma cells can generate the electrical potential, and all of the different materials within the cells can generate the electrical potential, understanding that there's iron and there's metals and there's silicon, there's all sorts of stuff in the blood that gets affected by the heat and the electromagnetic pulse of the heart and the movement and the friction. And the red blood cells obviously play their role in tuning the electrical field within the blood plasma itself. So, which is something we don't really hear too much about, but it's very interesting. It has an effect on the underlying electrical potential. So more like the control seat, if you will. So you see here, Maya is very much related to your imagination. And so that's sort of what we're talking about here, and how words then are, are fundamentally this exact principle that we're talking about. Yeah. That the very nature of words then, you could say is binding the maha, right? So you then have the words of the vibration that is tuning and affecting and contorting the imagination so that it can manifest as per the will. And I think this is quite interesting because it sort of gives us an idea of the nature of reality. And if we understand the nature of reality, then we can sort of see how reality and the word are closely aligned. This is why magic is so word inspired. I mean, even with you guys, right? Cosmic, with your system, with your faith, they are very particular about the way in certain words holding certain power, right?
Yeah, of
Like
course they are. But I think there's also two different stratums, like a spectrum, in regards to how magic is sort of manifested in the world. That relates to what they call a low randomness ratio versus a high randomness ratio. And what this randomness is actually generated from is the contradiction of multiple worldviews and paradigms existing simultaneously. So it's like you got, your Christian worldview, your atheist worldview, your polytheist pagan worldview, your chaos magic worldview, your Hindu, et cetera, et cetera. And like some of these things, in order for all these worlds to exist, their contradictions are resolved in a separate Zerfax called the Vlid Zerfax. So at the end of the day, it makes me understand that there's different ways that one can approach magic. So low randomness ratio magic is probably what you're talking about, Bush Whisperer. Like the idea of things having to fit along with a certain correspondence. Because you think about the less random your universe is, the more effective your magic is going to be. The more symmetrical, the more alignment, the more things correspond with each other, the less random they are. That's going to. But you also have to realize that high randomness also has a magical effect. And this is probably more what you're seeing today is a different type of magic. So instead of so the idea is with the randomness ratio, there's like a middle level, which is at 400%. And that's basically just kind of your standard mundane reality. And when it's more like 0 to 100%, that's when things are really magical. And then when things go to the 800%, that's the opposite end of the spectrum. Then things are very skeptical and very random. And so you can either manifest things in the world by harmonically aligning with the world, by using the words with their proper correspondences and the proper times and the proper name, or you can basically create so much randomness and so much chaos that it basically kind of overrides the will of the world. And you're sort of using your chaos magic to force your will and your intention onto reality, even if it doesn't co-align or make sense. That's why I usually say that traditional ceremonial magic uses, low randomness magic, whereas chaos magic uses high randomness magic. So chaos magic is basically, I need to have so much randomness that it sort of overrides the rules and structures of this world. So think of it like, you're playing like a video game, right? Like a kind of like a sword and sorcery RPG game. Some with the low percentage is basically they're using magic by the rules of the game. They're getting the items in the game. They're leveling up in the proper way. They're using the actual mechanics in the actual video game. Whereas other people, or the high randomness would be more like I'm going to use cheat codes, or I'm going to upload something in the game that is outside of the programming and override the programming of reality. So what I'm seeing here are two different ways in which, you know, magic can be used, or different types of magic, where you have your ordered magic, which basically kind of co-aligns with and sort of like completes the sort of the fractal of existence, whereas the chaos side, where it actually actively disrupts the world in order to manifest your intent, that doesn't necessarily co-align with it. And so when it comes to words, I think that this principle is similarly applicable, because if something is a low randomness world, you want that the idea of the magical intent and the word that is associated with it have the smallest gap possible. So it's like, you think about, you have a word that is associated with a certain state of consciousness. That word then gets translated when it's interpreted by a different culture, and each time that word gets translated, it sort of gets, from a Zerfaxogonal perspective, farther and farther away from its original meaning. But I realized that you can also have where the word is the opposite meaning. So you may have a sense where it's like you have the word meaning one thing, but then actually using its opposite to affect it. So for example, like, let's say you want to use deceptive magic and you want to say that something is evil or something is good. You simply take the meaning of that word and reverse it. And so it's completely stripped of its original magical intent, but now it has a completely different magical intent. So you've basically taken it and you override it, crafted it to something else with your sort of negative chaotic intent, and using that chaos to sort of erode and override the order of the Zarfex that we're in. So basically, low Flitzerfax, low randomness magic uses magic from within our Zarfex, from within the Zarfex of reality, whereas high randomness uses more just theoretical and potential and whatever fanciful stuff comes into our imagination, and I'm going to force it onto reality whether it makes sense or not. Like, that's kind of like what you get with a lot of the gender nonsense, is like an example of that higher level. So understanding it from this perspective, I think, gives a new insight into how you can kind of see, like, you know, what you're talking about, because basically what you're talking about is you're taking the word and it's sort of its energetic association, and you want the word and the energy to be as close and interconnected as possible. Whereas what you see when there's obfuscation and, you know, trickery, you're then taking the word and the energy and you're trying to stretch it as far distant as possible, so that the meaning and the intention couldn't be more alien from each other. And that's kind of like what the elites and the Decepticons of this world are essentially, you know, using upon us. So I always look at it from that perspective of high randomness versus low randomness. Because you think about it from a traditional magic point, you are trying to, you know, utilize symbols of the universe and its order and meaning to have the, you know, try as best to get rid of as least random as possible, as ordered, as musical, as structured as possible. And that's magic. But also by disrupting order and sort of overriding that with chaos can also bring and manifest things into the world. So words, I guess, would make sense to have that follow that similar pattern that I'm talking about.
Yeah, that is quite interesting. You know, the idea of reversals. This is something which is used in some different fraternities as well, as far as I know. In the inversion techniques, you know, inverting something. Big love, D-Love. Hope you're good. Hope everybody in the chat is feeling funky and taking it easy. Not too easy, but easy enough. Easy squeezy. Yeah, you know, looking at like what you're saying is just interesting when you talk about the randomness. Like I think that the word random, dom. So dom has got to do with domineer, domineering, to control. Random. It's very interesting. What is the etymology of ran? I almost feel like I need to look it up. Random etymology. Let's go with PIE or ancient Greek. It's probably going to Latin and Greek. Random. The word random. It says I didn't specify a word. I'm just asking for random etymology. The word random etymology. Randir, to run fast or to gallop. Speed, haste, violence. Frankish or Old Norse, randijo. Proto-Germanic, rinak. So ran is got to do with run. Proto-Indo-European, ray. Ray. Now, I was speaking about this with the Reiki guy and the Japanese ray word, and how, and this is quite relevant actually. I interviewed, you can see it in my interviews, in my actual videos. It's not a live, you have to go to the videos for this. But Ian, a Reiki master, I interviewed him and posted it this week. And we were talking about Reiki, the Japanese source of the word ray. And I was like, well, that's interesting because like Ray is actually the proper pronunciation for the sun god of ancient Egypt. And obviously it relates to light. But when you look at Ray in Japanese, it also relates to the supreme light. So the Japanese word Ray, that is Reiki, and Ray, which is there is a connection. So let me, damn, am I going to lose my thing? Let me get this for you. Well, you can Google it yourself. If you go to Rinak, R-I-N-N-A, well, it's a funny kind of an A, but if you go to the word random etymology, P-I-E, so Proto-Indo-European, and scroll down where you get the Proto-Indo-European Ray, linguistics reconstruct this deepest root meaning to flow, to move, or to run. So Proto-Indo-European is to flow, move, or run, Ray. And it has to do with the flowing of water, which is to do with the flowing of chi, which is, let's face it, what keeps the water flowing? It's the sun. Because the water cycle, because of the sun, the water cycle keeps moving. So that means water's moving upwards because of the sun, because of the way that it's electrically and gravitational fields are affected by light. And so the cycling of the water puts the water on the high place, so it's always running from the high place to the low place because it's always cycling through the air element. It's quite an interesting concept when you think about how this chi and water and the sun are fundamentally connected. So random finds its root etymologically in the oldest place that we can look to be related to that process, which is interesting. And then dom is to control this. So ray, ran, ray, you put n onto the end of that word because ray is this principle, which is that energy principle, that movement flow of energy. You put n on it and it means that it's transformative. So n is, you put a n means it's pulling in and it's producing growth, a seed. Scorpio, really, if you look at it, the tarot card death, transformation in the major arcana is related to that letter. So if you go into ran, then you can see how that's transforming that movement energy into an actual plausible transformative potential. And so we've got the word rain that comes from it, which is the transformation, water changing the face of the earth, and random, which dom is controlling. So it's controlling that process of transformation that's come due to the principle.
You know what analogy you're making me think of when you describe this? I'm thinking of like a matador riding a bull, because you think about it, you have like a bull, a guy riding on like a bull, right? And the bull bucks and like goes crazy and stuff. So there's what you're saying is it's like there's a creation by man sort of exerting, like trying to control nature and having that chaotic reaction of the bull bucking and trying to get the rider off the person, like that, the idea that that's where randomness come from. That's an interesting perspective. That randomness actually comes from trying to control nature, but being unsuccessful in doing so.
Yeah, it's very interesting, isn't it? Like that's a good observation. Like, can you ever truly control nature? Maybe you can manipulate it up to a point, but can you control it? No, you can't. There's certain manipulations, and I think that's the fundamentals of like occult practice magic is you can't control things directly, but you can manipulate them if you're careful, right? And if you press the right buttons, you know. And in that manipulation, it might seem or look like control, but it's just really clever manipulation of particular principles to gain the desired effect. It's all sort of, there is an element of the unseen working backstage, as it were. But that is interesting point that you bring up there. If you and the symbol of a bull being ridden by somebody who's trying to dominate a bull is probably like a really good symbol, because now we're going right back to the original, you know, the life force, the principle of prana that is substantiating and manifesting all of the electromagnetic field that is reality, is that permeating field of life force, which was typically symbolized by a bull, right? The apis, the bull of heaven. So that bull of heaven represents that potential and permeating energetic state, which is quite interesting. So I think we've just discovered something fascinating. But yeah, you know, like here's an example of words, of how you can break words down into pictures. And when you break words down into pictures, you get such a profound insight into the nature of the words. I think this is what we've lost. Like, we've lost the connection of the hieroglyphic understanding that the letter A is a hieroglyph. We've just forgotten what it means. B is a hieroglyph. If you tell me that you don't see breasts, if you don't see breasts when you look at the letter B, then I'm going to say that maybe okay, which is fine, you know. Maybe you see butt cheeks, but you know, C, like, what is C? It's like it's what can I grasp? What can I hold? You know. And a D, what is a D? It's coming off into a little spiral. So it's spiraling off. So it represents the potential to be on one, going off somewhere, or coming out of a spiral. So it could be a doorway, right? That can connect one place to another place, a journey, a place to start journeys from or end journeys. D. B would be similar, right? B would be a little bit similar, but maybe where the journey itself ends in that place. So that would be the home. The D would be the door that connects you in your home, for example. And the E is that spiral of pure energy, pure spiral of energy, that life force we're talking about, the energy. And the G would be that spiral too. Can you see how many spirals are in these alphabets? Different kinds of spiral that have different meanings, right? Isn't that fascinating? We're talking about toric fields here, because they are essentially a spiral. So then you've got the G, which the spiral is moving off. So we've got an anti-clockwise spiral that descends downwards. Or we've got a D, which is a the G, the little G is an clockwise spiral that descends downwards. The D is an anti-clockwise spiral that ascends upwards, right? The E is just an expanding clockwise spiral or contracting spiral, probably both, right? Simultaneously. So that's like the state of energy. then you see B. B would be an anti-clockwise spiral from a descending point, right? Isn't that interesting? Or you could say a clockwise spiral ascending. And here we've got a lot of spirals happening. Obviously, the capital G is just a big spiral. I would say it's more contracting than anything else. So G shares a relationship with E, but it's a capital, which is quite interesting. So it's a mega scale up. It's to do with manifestation on the physical plane. Then F. What is F? F is it's like the feathers that give direction to something, maybe to an arrow, for example. And so you can see like first flight, it's definitive. So each of those letters, if you really study them, they'll have some kind of a hieroglyphic structure in them that you can sort of backward engineer if you use your imagination and your empathy to the letter, because there's a feeling of that letter when it's in your mouth, and it gives your body a feeling, and that feeling's got a picture in it. Like Cosmic was getting a picture from what we were talking about, your unconscious works with pictures. So if you allow that natural imagination to generate pictures when you're working with sounds and words, you'll start gaining an intuitive potential to decode words on a hieroglyphic level in a fairly organic and natural way. And the more we practice it, it's like a muscle. Do you do that a lot, Cosmic, with words and sounds?
I'm not sure what you mean exactly, but I feel like I do something that sounds like what you're talking about. I have to kind of like think about that for a moment.
Just let me quickly let the dog in. He's going to scratch all the paint off my door. I'll be a sec.
Yeah, I don't know. I think to me, like I've always had an interesting relationship with like words because I've always been able to mimic sounds very easily because I could always just sort of like I could taste words and I can like taste certain letters and they would have certain like flavors or certain sounds I would like because that was what I think that's what it is with me is that I'm able to literally taste sounds in my mouth. Like if I hear music, like I can taste it on my tongue and I can like almost like feel its texture. So I think when it comes to language, that's undoubtedly like informed my understanding of it and how it's structured. And it's funny if you think about it, like there's this philosopher named Jacques Derrida who pretty much has like the opposite philosophy of what you're talking about. And I think he's important because it seems to be that's kind of like what a lot of modern people believe in today. So he was basically this post-structuralist guy. And I'm probably not like doing this accurately because every time you quote one of these philosophers, these people will tell you that you're doing it wrong. But his basically was ideas that he didn't think that words and symbols held any intrinsic meaning on their own, that words only made sense in relation to other words, which to me, and I think it's important because it explains this neurosis towards language that you're talking about. That's what we're sort of the cultural landscape that we're dealing with. It's not only are words not magical, but now we're getting to the point where words don't even convey the things they're conveying, that we've allocated them to just totally arbitrary symbols and arbitrary mouth sounds, and there's no connection to the shape of the symbol or the cymatics of the sound whatsoever. And so the culture has been almost deliberately going in the opposite direction of what you're talking about, because that's why a lot of people like they're able to be so manipulative with language these days, is because we've literally stripped out all of the parts and the mechanisms. We sort of like, it's like we've taken a bunch of like machines, we've hollowed out all the parts and then put in a bunch of other like different stuff that doesn't even work.
I think that's really interesting. And I think like just what you're saying about this bloke, and I haven't read his work, but like I think, and it's really interesting, it's this relative truth. I think what he's saying is true, but it's not only true. If that makes sense. Like, and it comes back to what we were talking about in the beginning, that the meaning of a word can change as per its surrounding words. So there'll be a root meaning of a word, but for example, I'll give you an example. The word up, right? You say the word up, it means up. You say the word screwed up. Oh. Botched up. Oh. We're no longer talking about up. We're talking about something else. But it's the same word, up, right? And so, like, words do change their meanings of a narrative background when they are with other words. It's the same as colors, right? Like, a color has a particular meaning and a particular feeling, but when you put that color next to another color, like we were talking about earlier, it's a whole new experience, because now that color is bouncing off that color, and so that color bouncing off this color makes this color experience feeling different, gives you a different communication, different sensation, different message. And I think words are like that. But what they've done is they've taken that relative truth and now they've supplanted other truths with that relative truth and said, this is the only truth there is. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess you kind of like think about it. Like all that, I'm just thinking about the Fae are kind of whispering into my head. It's like, consider the idea that colors themselves are organisms. Like, that's a weird concept that like, you know, because I think that's one of the other things that we think about, like words, that they're these sort of these stripped down, you know, atomized, soulless building block. But you think about each word, like words on their own have like a color and a personality and a timbre, you know, to them. Like you think about like the swear word, like fuck, for example. That's a very powerful word, right? It has a lot of intensity. Whether you like the word or not, you can't deny that it has an energy surge to it. You know, there's certain words to that. And this idea that, and I think even if you don't even know what the word means, like sometimes certain words just sound like, ooh, this is just a really cool sounding word. There's like a, you know, I think for me, when it comes to words and language, when you just kind of like, when you don't know the meaning of the word, but you still know what the word sounds like, you still kind of have an idea what kind of color the word evokes, the shape, the feel of it, just by kind of like how you say. So there's kind of like a living meaning into that. So I've been thinking about this idea about like there's organisms and then there's like proto-organisms, in the sense that like they're not organisms in the sense they don't have literal organs, but they're sort of alive and sort of the precursor to become organisms. Like I've been thinking about atoms as like proto-organisms, right? Like atoms, molecules as proto-organisms, and they come together, they form into organisms. Well, maybe like more on a conceptual level, like words are like the atoms of like the mind space, in the same way that atoms are sort of the atoms of physical space. It's like words and symbols are the atoms of like mind and consciousness space. So, you know, you think
Atom with
words,
a D, right?
And that words themselves, when you get a collection of words, they kind of form a personality, and they start to become an organism. Like you think about what is a religion, like you can even like, or a god, you can kind of like, if you want to strip it down to its base components, it's the words that make up those stories. Like, I don't know, the idea that words and even concepts are living things, like colors, and I guess numbers would be living things too. It's a lot to think about.
I'm totally on that frequency as well. I've always thought of words, letters as living things, numbers as living things, and I've always thought of like, you know, atom as Adam. You know, where's Eve? Like the Adam of creation. You know, I don't think it's a coincidence that the word Adam and atom are the same thing and that they relate to atum. Yeah, and atum is obviously to do with tomb, and that's got to do with going into that dark place, like, well, where the seeds germinate from. What do you think, Indie brother? What are your ideas about atoms being alive letters being alive, words being living entities, sentences being a family.
I feel like physical things are alive. Yeah, that's the philosophy of Shintoism, that everything has a spirit. And I think there's really something to that. I feel like when you imagine something having a spirit, you can almost see its eyes open, like, oh, that's how you're feeling. Like you can kind of imagine how a certain object might have certain feelings or sentiments. And I feel like when you've imagined it, it kind of like makes it embody those ideations. But as far as words going to be alive, I feel like the words have a different type of life. I feel like their life is not in a living spirit that holds sentiments like objects, but words have dynamism in the idea that one word to someone could mean 1,000 different things, whereas to another person could mean 1,000 completely different things. And then you have like people that are neurodivergent that have like a very limited understanding of what the common understanding of words are supposed to mean, and have more of an overly imaginative way or over analytical way of trying to discern what the word actually is supposed to mean. And so I feel like I've always had issues with this because I don't really have like common sense about things. I feel like when people say things, most people understand what they mean. I guess maybe I'm over analytical. So when people say things, I think about what it probably means, what it could mean, what it probably doesn't mean, the whole spectrum of all the different possibilities, and then other stuff that's just in my imagination, where what I think it could mean, but probably has nothing to do with anybody ever thought of before. So I get a little carried away with the dynamism of a word, and to me, it doesn't only just mean what it's supposed to mean. It means also what it could mean, what it might mean, what I could make it mean for myself. And so I think in a lot of ways, this kind of helps me see words in a brighter light where they're not just fixed into one thing. I think a lot of times words are limited with their connotation. So people will say, like, oh, that's a negative connotation. So if you use that word, you must be referring to negative things. But I like to give words the benefit of the doubt and think that even a word that has a negative connotation can be used in a positive manner and vice versa. So I feel like this kind of ties back, in my understanding, to the creation of the words from Thoth. And when he went in front of Ptah and presented to him the fact that he had invented written language, and Ptah warned him and said, be careful, because when you allow people to write words, the words can be used by evil and trickery and to fool people. So this could be a damaging thing for the human race. Be careful who you share this with. And so I feel like in that sense, a lot of times there's so many things that are hidden in words. And like the people that have looked beyond the veil can see past what we're supposed to see in a word. It can look deeper into it. Like we do on the show with the syncretism, where we're like, wait, what are the roots of this word in the etymology? What did it used to mean? And what culture is it from? And what are the root words that are associated with it? And what were their meanings and connotations? So I think when you look deeper like that, I think words really come alive. But when you're just saying a word like parrot speech, repeating the word, repeating the connotation, making assumptions, limiting the word, very fine restraints that have been imposed upon it. I feel like those words are dead words. They have been just laid down to die. They're not going anywhere. They're not gaining any growth. They're not coming into more deeper understanding or dynamism in themselves. They're just kind of stuck somewhere, blocked, not moving, not changing. And I mean, over time, we see changes in words. we see that a word that used to be something good becomes something bad, or a word that used to be bad becomes something good. And I think that happens from the people that bring words to life. They see words in a different way. They use them in different connotations, different references, different usages. Like there's a lot of people that use profanity now to mean good things, which is a bit off sometimes to me. I'm thinking to myself, well, they say that word a lot for something that's supposed to be good, but it's one of the dirtiest words. So there's like ones that are like kind of very rude or kind of evocative, whereas there's other ones that are just kind of filthy. But they use a lot of like dirty, filthy, evocative words in ways that are supposed to be like fun and good. So I think it's kind of silly, but it makes things different, and the transformations are always interesting to see.
I have a kind of like a random question because I know, being into the occult and magic and stuff, I think a lot of us probably have an interest in fantasy and, fiction and stuff. But like, I think about like my ability to come up with like made up words for like names and places. I'm sure you guys probably have this too. And it's always kind of curious that like not everybody is able to do that kind of thing. Like they'll try to do it themselves and they're always struggling. For me, it always came so easily. But then I have to think about like language itself and like just the idea of making up your own words. It's almost like we as a culture almost have this kind of this sense that like either you can't make up your own word or you're just gonna kind of look like silly doing that. But I kind of realized that by like coming up with your own words and like just sort of just playing with sound and because that was something I always liked to do. I always like to come up with really like make up real like interesting sounding, names for like places and words for like people, just in terms of how it sounded in my head, just like what musicality. And I always think about the musicality of the word. Like if it's a villain, like I want to use like really kind of harsh kind of sounds or kind of like dark kind of letters, or if it's like something more colorful, I want to use a lot of interesting like Q's and V's and something like really kind of like juicy that rolls off on the tongue. And I realized with like, most normal people, like they don't really like they don't really play with language like that. They don't realize that you can just kind of like convey things like without any kind of like having to have any kind of semantic meaning behind it. There's a freedom. And I think that's why a lot of people, they'll look at like rappers or rock stars and they'll come up with a new slang word. And that's why it initially seems cool at first, because it's like, here's somebody who is operating outside of the normal, rules of language. It's like, oh, I invented my own word to describe this thing. And it's cool because it's like, I'm using this word to describe this thing and the normies aren't using this word. And I'm sort of taking agency and control over my use of language. And then notice that how later on that when the powers that be and the normal people start using that word, now the word no longer seems cool or interesting anymore because it's become part of the normal lexicon. It's become part of the normal language. But you notice that slang words are exciting at first because it's like, it's a brief moment where you kind of realize that like you don't have to follow the rules and order of standard language and standard words and grammar. You can kind of go outside of that and explore different avenues and aspects of it. Whereas I feel like people who are kind of like more, I don't know, mainstream or kind of part of the thing, they just kind of they just parrot things. They don't have that inner sense of creativity because it's just like a muscle that's just never been used. It just kind of gets atrophied. So I think that there's something about the play of words and word craft and actually coming up with imaginary words in your mind, I think gives you a different perspective on language, because in a way it's like you kind of look outside of it. And in a lot of ways, our language sort of limits what we can, understand. Because if you think about what language is, it's a tool that we use to describe reality. And how convenient would it be that if there is something that people don't want us to know about, that there are not words that can be used to describe it, and how powerful one can be if one actually does you figure out words to describe those things that were previously unspeakable before. and you can make them tangible and give them a form. There's a real power in that.
I think that's like really interesting. It reminds me too of, I don't do it so much anymore, but it's nice to play with the kantaka, or the lankuplik. Lankuplik. It is interesting to play with sounds and see what kind of what the sounds mean to you. I also used to do it a lot when I was a child. Play with names, people's names. People don't like it when you play with their names. Damn, man. I made enemies as a kid when I was like, a young teenager, because like if I met someone, I had to play with their name. They didn't realize I was just trying to remember their name. Like it was a sign of respect. If you come and your name's Dylan and I'm going, dildo on, dildo on. That was me showing respect. Like I'm bothering to like really get a feel for your name. And I was noticing that, dildo on, worked quite well. Like, are you Mr. Strap On? And then you can extrapolate and you start calling him Strap On. then you've just made an enemy. It's like, I'm sorry, dude. I had a couple of drinks. I didn't think like, nah, everybody's calling him Strap On. The name's stuck, It's like he strapped the name right on, And so I always used to play with words like that, like, and all different sorts of words, and usually in a humorous way. I think that you're completely right, Cosmic. We have as a society become sort of dead in the water, haven't we? When it comes to using our imagination, and it's really, really concerning that the AI has taken away people's ability to use their imagination. Not really taken it away, but it's just made it too easy for people not to have to use their imagination. A lot of young people are, well, why should I bother? I don't have to read a book and imagine things anymore. I can just watch animation or, watch a film. I don't have to imagine anything. If I want to imagine something that involves imagination, I'll get an AI to do it for me. There we go. Want to build a website? Just get an AI to do it for me. Why should I go through all the process of imagining how I want my website to be and get an AI to do it for me? If I don't like it, like a catalog, try the next one. Oh, that website looks nice. I'll have it. And this is like the world we're living in. So I think like you're right, Cosmic, that is that's an important part. And also, since you're speaking about that, it's not exactly what you're saying, but it's related. I also always used to make words out of other words, following the rules of English. You can take a noun and turn it into a okay, let me give you an example. This word already exists, but to exercise authority, or to be an author, or to authenticate, right? Authenticity. But you can take any other word like that, right? And you can take a verb and change it into different forms. And it might not have been done before. And I remember my ex-wife used to always say, that's not a word. I said, yeah, of course it's a word. I just made it up. She was like, but it's not a real word. I was like, of course it's a real word. I got taught in school a set of grammar rules for what you can do with grammar. And if you follow the rules, like music, right, Cosmic? There is a set of rules that you can go from this note to that note and this note and blend these notes and it'll be harmonic. If you stick that note in there, it's going to hurt your ears. And language has got similar set of rules to music in a way. And a lot of the youngsters haven't learned the proper rules for language, so they don't understand just exactly how much power they have over their language. And this isn't even just a new thing. Like my ex-wife was born in 1980, and she was clueless. But in her defense, she did go to a Catholic school. So I think when you go to a Catholic school, they probably drum it into your head, the right way to do things. And I went to an Anglo-Saxon school, so it was a lot more sort of scientifically motivated. But ain't a word. Ain't. I hear ain't a word. That's nuts. Yeah, I think it's up to us to start taking our language to the next level. And it's very interesting because when you spend a lot of time in nature, you hear nature speaking about something. Ryu, 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 Ryu. So a bird will say Ryu, Ryu, Ryu. That means like it's an exclamation. Oh my gosh, what's going on? What's that? Ryu, Ryu. For example, I've learned that from the cockatiels. Right? Like in my home, I can tell when my boy is messing with the cockatiels because they have a particular word that they say. And it sounds like Ryu, Ryu. So, it's quite interesting. It's almost like the word view, but it's Ryu. So it's like there's more urgency to it. There's the rolling R, which means like it's you need to come and look here quickly. What's going on? And it's like that's how they call us to tell us that my son's up to no good. He's messing with the birds. And even the dogs notice. Like the dogs will look up, like when the birds say a particular word. So like the other animals in the nature, they all seem to be tuned in. Have you noticed this, Cosmic and Indy? You guys, like animals, the way they talk, and that we can literally decode their words in our words. Have you considered this?
I think this makes perfect sense, but I guess I would wonder about the vocabulary. I guess the vocabulary would be different depending upon what species you're talking about. I think crows, for example, they have like a very high vocabulary, right? They can make a lot of different sounds, whereas like, I think cats are also, they can make a lot of different like weird, sound effects. So I guess at some level, it's also about the level of articulation, like how many different types of sounds can you make with your language. I think that kind of also articulates your understanding. So that kind of makes me think that in a way, like what you speak also kind of infers what you're able to understand. So it's like, in a way, it's like whatever you know or whatever is possible for you to know, those limits are set upon you based upon whatever your language is. So it's like, if you think about language, it's like a bubble, right? Like a Zerfax. And at a certain point, the bubble can stretch if you kind of stretch out the membrane. It's got a little bit of elasticity, but at a certain point, the bubble breaks, right? And that's when that's kind of like what happened with me was, it was like, it's almost like, I feel like the reason I started a fairy magic system by doing this is because I felt like all these concepts and these things I was talking about, it's like there literally isn't a word. There are not words to describe these ideas, and that by having words for them, it's like now it's tangible. What I thought was incomprehensible, intangible, impossible, because there's a word for it. It's like, oh, my mind has an anchor point that I can actually grasp onto it. So to me, the acquisition of, playing with different words and coming up with words to describe concepts for things that don't have words for them yet, you can make the intangible tangible. And there's a real, like, you can go so much deeper with that, And I think with language, and culture, it's almost like there's a kind of like, in the same way a city has a city limit to it, and that there's kind of like a boundary and a periphery of that city. Language kind of has like a boundary to it, right? Like the kind of these Zerfax spaces I'm talking about, where there's certainly where there's what's acceptable in the center, and then what's not acceptable on the edges and the peripheries. And that by going on the edges, that's where the interesting stuff starts to happen. And you start to realize that when you can think beyond your own alphabet and your own sort of lexicon of words, you start to realize that there's a world of understanding that exists outside of what you consider language. And, human collective consciousness, and that, and sort of by engaging with other languages and languages of extra dimensional beings and entities, it's like that, it expands your understanding. It's like now you have an entire new Zerfax, entire new universe of language in which to relate to the world and understand it with. So by sort of going outside of that collective language sort of code, you can kind of go outside of the code, learn different coding languages, and program things in a different way.
Yeah, it's funny that you say that. Tom's speaking about how he speaks to birds. And hey, Bernadine, namaste. How you doing? Hope you're well. Hope you're having a good day. And that's quite interesting. You know, the whole idea of talking to birds. I do that a lot. I think I've caused people to be annoyed sometimes, because when I'm walking up to the mountain, there's some birds that have incredibly loud calls. And when I get their pitch, I can have a conversation with them. I can repeat what they say, can say it to them, repeat, then I can change it very slightly and give them a slight variation of it. And they'll like have a reaction and they'll say, and I'll be walking up the road and I'll be softly projecting my whistle so it's not so loud. So it sounds like it's further away. And they will be barking out, wah, wah, wah. And I can get them to get quite vocal sometimes. It's really interesting if you actually start paying attention and listening to animals, to what they're saying, how much you can take in from them. And like you say, there's different vocabularies, but like, what is also being expressed here, you know, is the difference of tone. And I think that's like quite an important thing when it comes to words. And this is the problem with text. Text-based communication doesn't have tone. Like Chinese language, I don't know how you can write Chinese language properly, because you've got to write the tone. The tone is different. It's oi, yeah, oi, oi. It goes oi, or oh, hoi, 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 hoi. You know, starting at an up range and coming down, starting at a down range and going up, starting at this mid range, going a bit up and coming all the way down. They got some very interesting like bird sounds in the Chinese language. If you really listen to the language, it's quite head drumming. And I had an ex-girlfriend try to teach me how to speak bits of Mandarin, and it was like very confusing. As a Westerner, we just don't grasp. But when you listen to birds, it starts to make a lot more sense. In fact, I would say that the Chinese language is probably closer to the bird language than a lot of our Western languages. Like, we are just so flat in our tone very often. But I suppose we do use a creative tone in our language. So you can rise or drop the tone of a word to change the inflection of a word. Yeah, birds definitely speak the wind. So it's very interesting when we start to look at this and making communication with animals. And like you mentioned, cats. You know, dogs do have quite a lot of different sounds, by the way. Cosmic, I've got a Malamute. And he talks. He literally talks. He goes like, he talks to me. And then he can howl. And he's got different kinds of howling songs that he can howl at me. And dogs also, I think they're very visceral. So they don't just talk with their sound, but the sound comes with a physical motion. So when a dog makes a sound, they'll change their posture with that sound quite dynamically. Very interesting, especially a Malamutes. probably because they're closer to a wolf. And I think within a wolf pack, am I right or wrong? Do any of you guys know about the structure of the language of wolves? Yeah.
I would not be the right person to ask for that. I didn't even thought about that. It probably makes sense though, because they have that whole, pack dynamic where there's, they all work in a group. So I have to imagine that they must know what certain like wolf cries must mean in different ones.
Yeah, it says here that they incredibly sophisticated system of communication that relies upon a seamless blend of body language and vocalizations and scent. So you see, it's very semantic. I mean, somatic. They blend semantics with somatics in a very powerful way. So when my dog talks to me, he'll make sounds with his mouth, but he'll also the body shapes. And that's how I can see what he's saying. Do your little kitties talk to you like that, Indy? Do they use semantics as well, the cats?
Yeah. My one cat is
Semantics, sorry.
really shy to talk. He'll hardly ever speak. But when he does, that he's in like heavy distress. If he's hungry or he needs to go out the door, he'll just wait. Now the girl cat, she always talking. She'll say, she's got a cute little meow. It's always like, she's charming. She's like, oh, don't you want to feed me? I know you want to let me outside. Whereas he's like, I really need to go outside. Like, it's time to eat now. Like, he waits till it's like too late. And then by the time he has to talk, it's like, he really means, it's like, I need your help so bad right now. Whereas like, she's always like, oh, like, I know you're going to help me out. And so she's just always like happy and sweet. So I think it comes from like the fact that like he has a hard time asking for help and she has a really easy time about it. But you can tell they have totally different styles and that they have very different visceral associations with their speech. And it's very much in their tone as well, and their facial expressions and body gestures. Yeah.
So I was just thinking around, I just kind of came up with a theory in my head as to why language and writing came this way. Because from what I'm hearing you guys talking about in terms of like there being like tone, emotive expression, body language, that this is a form of language that can be understood by anyone, right? And it comes to me, and I think about it from the context of war and battle and deception. And think about it, if you're a tribe of people and you want to communicate something to your fellow tribesmen that you don't want to communicate to your enemy, you don't want a language that's going to be, energetically and psychically universally understood by everyone, because then the enemy is going to attack you. You want a language that only people within your tribe understand, so that by having language that is not universally understood, you then can use language to lie, deceive, hide information. So I think if anything, it seems like this might be like a deliberate strategy to be like, deceptive and warlike by making language less universal and less kind of like somatic and easy to understand. So by having that kind of like all those distinctions and that abstraction, you can be ambiguous with language. You can change the meanings of words to manipulate, or you can speak words that your enemy has never heard before and can't translate and understand, and then use that to your advantage. So, man, maybe in a lot of ways, language was invented specifically in this way so that people could lie to each other.
That's a very interesting idea, and it makes me think about the Tower of Babel. Makes me think about meow. Yeah, kitties and their vowels. You're right, they're very vowel oriented. But it makes me think of the Tower of Babel in the stories of how humans were supposedly confounded, and we find the same story in many cultures, many different traditions. The Bible borrowed it from more ancient sources, of course, because they borrowed everything. They borrowed everything. Let's just be honest. Like, they just about borrowed everything. But that maybe it's also that imagine a certain group of people, right, with a certain kind of a language. Yeah. Maybe they were sort of not allowed to speak the other language. Does it make sense? Like you'll find a lot of indigenous people haven't been allowed to speak their own language. They have to speak English.
Or
Just for
so you're
example.
saying more like there's the other angle of people having to hide their original language, and then yeah, I didn't think about that angle either. Good call.
I don't know. I mean, I'm just thinking out of the box. Like it could be both. Because I know that language has always been something that people control and they want to take away, right? They want to take away your language. And so that's like an interesting perspective. So then maybe we had a root language and the root language broke into a few languages, and then A came to take away B's language, but then B evolved into a weird twisted C version of A and B and couldn't really be understood properly by either and went down its own path. And then C invaded A and then became a blend of C and A, right?
And then you also
Does that
have to
make sense?
consider, and you also have to consider like silent movies, that you could take a story that even if you didn't have the same language, if you convey things through body language, facial expressions, certain movements and ways, those stories can be expressed universally. Like you could have a story about like, a young man falling in love with a young woman, and then the young woman is, in love with some rich guy, and there's like a love triangle. And you can convey all that stuff without using any like words, or like just by, just images and like pictures and like hand gestures. So really it's interesting that with language and words, it's always different with every culture. But when it comes to like body language is like the universal language. And then so much religion is all about shaming the body, and the body is sinful and bad. And you can't help but think that that's part of the obfuscation too.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I think there's definitely something to that, and possibly people had to learn to hide their body language. That's more likely the one, isn't it? Like there was a king, right? And if the king thought that you didn't agree with them, they might like remove your head. So you had to like hide your body language, because if the king was like, that one doesn't look right, don't like the way he's standing, take his head off. You could see how that would have happened, because a king would be like wanting to rule over the lands, and he'd be looking for any agents that are going to challenge him and quickly remove them as fast as possible, right? To keep his hegemony and his power in his bloodline. So it would be in the king's best interest to make sure that anybody that looks like they might in any way want to challenge his authority, an example is made out of them before they challenge his authority, so that people know that you don't have to challenge my authority to end up on the gallows. You have to just look like you might, maybe, perhaps, unconsciously be considering the possibility of maybe thinking about challenging my authority. That's enough for me to remove your head. You don't even have to think about it. You don't even have to talk about it. You don't have to do about it. Just the slight thought, an unconscious one, would be enough. I bet you that people lived in fear back in ancient times. Like imagine like this group of people invaded and they took over the others and they turned them into slaves. That was the norm, wasn't it? Very often. And so they would invade and they would turn them into slaves. Now the slaves, like they could lose their lives easily, couldn't they? You imagine they could do whatever they want with you, right? They could force you to go and like do horrible work that would maybe make you not live long, or they could force you to do dangerous stuff, right? And so you could see that you could see how that could work. and why people would have to learn to hide their body language. And that might be a reason why people started writing in code. Does that make sense? Like,
I could see
and
that.
how
Yeah, that sounds plausible.
different languages would come about, you know? Like,
Exactly.
even within their own language. And this would be why the kings wouldn't allow you to speak your own language, right? Because I'm the king, I don't understand that language. And my limited understanding of that language, you might be saying things about me behind my back. So no chance any of you are going to talk behind my back and say anything bad about me because I'm the king. That mentality could have been why that people had to have their languages removed, right? Or to, because that way, if you're speaking in a language that we can all understand, and it takes away your ability to talk privately. So that's a very interesting concept when we look at how language has been used to control people in various and very subtle ways to very like that, very obvious and very outwardly demonstrative ways that speak of hegemony. I mean, today we've got very subtle forms of manipulation. You were mentioning, Indy was mentioning earlier, and you were going to say something about a cosmic and you didn't. I saw your light go on or off once or twice. When he was talking about how words that are good are used for bad. Do you remember that?
Yeah, like it's used for its opposite intent.
Yeah. Like, it took me a long time to wrap my head around this. When I was in London, like years ago, like guy would be telling me about like, oh, this girl, she's dirty. And I was like, dirty? Ooh. Ooh. No, she's dirty, man, dirty. That was like really cool if a girl's dirty. I was like, gosh, I was like picturing like bad smells and like poor body like hygiene. Maybe she doesn't wash herself properly. No, she's dirty. That's cool. Like every man wants a dirty woman. And if something's wicked, like it's wicked, that's really wicked. So wicked was a very trendy thing when I first got. They were still using. I don't know if they use it anymore. And that was in the 90s. The word wicked was like very, very cool. I was like, wicked. That doesn't make sense to me. And there are loads of these words that have been used in very weird contexts, but it's literally just to do with inverting a word, which I do think is, one day when a man thinks a woman's attractive, will he call her a slut? Do you see what I'm getting at, Cosmic? Like, where does the line get drawn? Like, can you imagine our grandchildren talking about their girlfriends? Oh, like she's a proper slag. She is, and it's a compliment. And the girl would be like, "Oh, thank you," he thinks I'm a slag. Where like a slag was basically a common woman in England. I don't know what it means in other places, but a common woman that will just, what a slag is? It's like a slug. It's like it's got old slime on it. just visualize this. Where has she been? The perfect definition of a woman that is a slag is at any point in time she's got 3 different kinds of semen inside of her. Able-bodied, not able-bodied, and disabled-bodied. No, I mean like 3 different semen sources. You understand what I'm getting at? Like a woman that really sleeps around, and she might have had sex with like 2 or 3 different men, like in a day or two. So, and of course, like these ideas are like pretty disgusting, like to most rational people. So they came up with a word like slag. Now, a word like that could one day be used to describe a woman in a positive way because it might be trendy for people to sleep around. Does that make sense, Cosmic?
I mean, I guess, but I also think more in terms of like using it like in an emotional way, like the idea that God sent you to hell because he loves you. like using the word love in that kind of context. I'm going to punish you because I love you. My act of torture is an act of care and compassion. And that's the thing that really just twists someone's psyche and can really, manipulate people. So I think with like evil, too, it's like you can take things, because when you invert the meanings of words, you can basically rewrite reality to whatever your delusional fantasy will allow you to.
I've been trying to explain to women how I think that like a girl who's a slut or a bitch is like what I want. That's good to me. And so like I want them to like value being called that, because then they'll feel more appealing to a man. I think I try to convince them that men like a woman that actually like speaks her mind and shows her emotions, and they like a woman that likes to have fun. Whereas like they pretend to be all prudent and sweet. And to me, I don't like it. They're being fake, they're being misleading. I wanna see what they're really like. You got women that are actually prudent, and you got the ones that are acting prudent. You got the ones that are really sweet, the ones that are acting sweet. How can we tell the difference? Then women nowadays, they used to say, like, look, I'm not into you. Go check out my friend. She likes your types. You're just not my type. And they don't say that anymore. So now what they say is like, oh yeah, you're really cool. I'll see you later. And they just be a flake. And it's like, why are you misleading people and leading them on and misrepresenting yourself and not showing any cues about what you're actually like, showing all the cues of what you're not like? And how are we supposed to discern between women who act the same, one's being real, one's being fake? Why can't you all just be real? To me, that's what I want. And I want women to be real. And I'm not going to go for the ones that are boring and take forever to have fun with, and maybe it's not going to go anywhere, and you're going to spend all this time and money hoping that eventually you're not going to be a chump to find out that you are going to be one. I just don't want to be involved in that. I think a lot of men don't care. They're like, as long as I get attention, that's okay. I'll let them take all my whole lifetime savings and spend it on shoes in the hope that something might happen. And if it doesn't, that's okay. To me, that's not okay. I don't want to do that. You know what I mean? I mean, I want to buy a girl shoes that appreciates shoes, then that's willing to give me something in reciprocation. That makes more sense to me. I don't know. I don't know why guys haven't all come around to this, but that's my sentiment about things about it. And I've not been able to convince this to women at all, really. They're like, yeah, well, some women will actually be like, yeah, I am a bitch, but you still can't call them one. You know what I mean? But they can call themselves that, but I don't see themselves calling themselves a slut, though. Although I do see some women that'll like get tattoos that says like I'm a slut or something, but you can't call them that. They're not gonna like it, not yet. But that could change. They're moving in that direction. I would say, yeah. As long as they see themselves that way, it's okay. So, which means maybe later we could see them that way and it'd be good too. Things are transforming. I think in such a nature like that.
Well, I think also like from a guy's perspective on like the term just like slut and like why it's attractive, and because I think it has different meanings for different men. I think for some people when they hear the word slut, they think of someone that's unfaithful. They think this is a person that's going to cheat on me. This is a person that's going to hurt me, and that's one of the reasons why it's so derogatory and hurtful to women, because it denies their empathy, it denies their care on some level. Whereas I think other men, they look at the term slut of, oh, this is a woman that's like affectionate and physical. She's going to touch me. She's going to kiss me. And I actually have a chance with this woman. And in contrast to someone that's cold and frigid and strict. And like, so I think, but not necessarily like in terms of like the slut in that other context, it's not necessarily someone that's mean or vindictive, or I think sometimes it has those kind of, so really it's kind of like it has different meaning for like different people and stuff like that. I think it also just depends on your view of sexuality. If you're this kind of an anti-sex person, you think sexuality is this evil, degenerate, horrible thing, then the word slut is going to have a very negative connotation. Whereas if you're more of a sex positive person, you think sex is great, more people should be having it, we should be, crazy and having orgies and sexual liberation, then the term slut has a more of a positive connotation. So really, to me, when I think about words, it is kind of about the context of the person who's using them, because it means something different. And then when you realize there's different meaning, you're realizing you're describing different things entirely. So it's the same word used to describe two completely different phenomenon. And I think this is like another obfuscation of language, but not in the way that you guys initially set it out to be.
That's very interesting what you're saying there. And I think it's something to pay attention to. So the English, really English. So what they're talking about here is schlut. Is got to do with slovenliness. So we're using the word wrong. Isn't that interesting? Eh? Yeah. So the word schlut or schlut has got to do with somebody who is untidy, they're unkempt, they maybe don't wash very well. They're dirty, basically. And so we've taken that as a metaphor to mean that they are that way with sex, dirty, And so that this is why I'm pointing out that word, because I noticed that word was so popular in London a while ago. Like everybody was talking about, that girl is so dirty. I was like, dirty? I was like, really? Like that's the word? That's literally the word for the schlut, which obviously comes from German. In Dutch, equivalent is a slet, is a messy woman. A slodder is a careless man. Interesting. In Scandinavian terms, it's slatter. It means idle. Common ancestor of the English word sleet. Isn't that interesting? Eh? Sleet, which isn't quite rain. German Dutch, it is derived or relative to the Low German slapper and Middle Low German noun slap, slappen, meaning a blow. That's slap. Okay, that's slap. Oh yeah. So it's interesting, Hy het hom geslaat. Geslaat is an Afrikaans word which means to smack. Geslaat, Dutch. Etymology. Because I thought it would have to do with the word geslaat, geslacht means sex. Slato meaning group of things. Slato divine slahanen. So from the Proto-Germanic word slato, and slato comes from the Proto-Germanic word of slato comes the word slanen, to hit, and this then became Middle Dutch geslaten, right? Which grew from Old Dutch slater. So I think like there's a bit of an etymological story going on here, because to me it makes a lot more sense that word comes from the word slap. That's why in English they call a woman a slapper, right? If she's slag means to slaughter. Yeah, that's true. But like slaan het iemand geslaat. That's like coming from Dutch and Proto-Indo-European. So like it makes me think of like someone that can be disrespected and smacked around. Do you understand? Like in a world where the man has no respect for the woman, he doesn't have to treat her with chivalry. Yeah? she's not an important woman. He can just slap her around and do what he wants to and take her and have, like, you can imagine that would be a word used for a slave woman. Does that make sense? Like, she's not equal to your woman. Your tribe invaded that tribe, and those tribe are slaves. They're now below you, right? So the men are like they do your menial tasks, and the woman, you might take them for having sex with them. They're like your sex workers. They don't have a say because they're slaves, right? And so they're, you can smack them around if they don't do what you want them to do. The same as like you whip the men if they don't do what you tell them to do, right? It's how slaves were treated. I'm just wondering if there's a connection with the slaves, right? With the way that society would treat a slave woman in a tribe as being below the rest of the other women because they don't have the status of a human being, do they? A slave. They're like an animal status. Does that make sense to you guys? What do you think of that?
Yeah, that makes sense. I feel like some women are interested in that kind of thing, like bondage and like being treated like they're like worthless, or they want to be hurt or something like that, and want to be strangled during sex. I think that's kind of a different thing when they really want that and the guys are interested in doing it, as opposed to they don't have any say, and even though they don't give consent, men do that to them anyways. I think those are completely opposite situations where the same things are happening. But there was a girl on the dance floor last night that was like wearing all these bondage ropes and a bikini. And it was like a string bikini, and she was just like bending over all the time, and you could tell like she was like a very, very dirty girl, and she's probably into that kind of thing where she's treated terribly in bed, and she likes that. I got the impression from her that that was what was going on. And it's kind of something that's different, I don't know how much I like that kind of thing, really. Women try to tell me like, just put your hand on my throat and like strangle me, it'll be really good. And I'm thinking to myself, how many times have I heard where the guy's like, she died, I had to like resuscitate her. I'm like, dude, I don't want to be that guy, man. That's crazy. That's too much, but they're into it, neuroerotic asphyxiation. It makes their orgasm a little better if they have a little less oxygen to breathe. And they do like women, they don't want to be treated poorly, like around the house or like, in public, but like in the bedroom, I think a lot of women do like to be subjugated like that. They like to be spanked and maybe strangled lightly, or some harder than others, and various things. And it's a bit strange. It's different. I like women that are just wild and fun, as opposed to the ones that are like dirty and like, I don't know, I guess, is it masochistic? Like, yeah, probably masochistic would be a good way to describe it.
It's interesting looking at all of these words and how sort of, how our narratives being shaped and how people are using words. And how, the words carry so much energy, and how they actually affect people like strongly. Like another thing that bothers me is like, okay, obviously the way like men speak about women, I've never really gotten it. Like, I never understood when guys were having a conversation and I'm like, hold on, what's going on here? What are these guys talking about her being dirty? And I'm like, oh gosh, it's not really my kind of conversation. But another thing that I've noticed, and I've noticed it here on Telegram, a lot of the younger generation, they use that N word, the NIG, like the rapping word, yo, gonna be a nig. And they use that word, like everybody's calling each other those words, but they're blatantly white. I'm like, dude, what's going on here? And everybody's calling each other these words. And to me, that's like potentially a racist word that would like hurt people's feelings, because maybe their grandparents carried a lot of pain because of being treated like a slave, a subhuman, right? Unfortunately, slaves were treated as subhumans. It's just how it was. And it's one of the reasons we don't like slavery, I suppose. Like it's completely heavy. And that N word being used the way it is, to me, is quite intense. Also, the J word, people are constantly speaking about the Jews this and the Jews that, and then half the time they're talking about Zionism, which is like a political ideology. It has less to do with religion than politicism, and but they lump it all together, like in a common, simplistic kind of fashion. And so there's a lot of this happening. It's like we moved through an age where we were, exactly, Hollowbone. That's exactly what I'm getting at. It's like we were more progressed in our time, weren't we? In our generation, even though it was okay to make racist jokes, but they were jokes, and people understood that they were jokes, and it was actually not cool to be that way. Now everybody's watching like certain things. Like if you make a joke, oh, that's a big problem. But the way they behave in their day-to-day is more demeaning, and the way that they think about other people is more demeaning, right? Which to me is like quite intense. So, I think this is quite important to recognize and realize just how words shape our unconscious and how they entrain our thinking and emotional bodies to be aligned with certain intent, and that the particular vibrations of the words that we choose to use in our day-to-day are going to resonate into our emotional body and program an emotional pattern, and that pattern is going to maintain an unconscious alignment pressure, going to pressure us to align with that particular vibrational field. And so, I've noticed like I've started swearing a bit more than I used to. And I've noticed that every time I say those words, I literally feel my vibrational field being slightly changed. I don't really notice it when I'm saying it. I notice afterwards. Like I'll speak and I'll say something and I'll feel my vibrational field's changing. I'll be, oh, I said that word. Interesting. And then I'll notice like whenever I say that word, it has some kind of resonance. Like the F word or whatever. And it's really bad form because I got a little boy in the house. And if you get into the pattern and you I don't know, you burn your finger on the pot. Fuck. Oh fuck. And my little boy is like watching me and he's learning like, okay. But I mean, he's learned way worse stuff from YouTube than what he's ever going to learn from his dad, to be fair with you. Some of the stuff he comes out with is just ridiculous. But I do think that like the words we use have a massive entraining effect on our emotional bodies.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, like when I meet women, they always tell me the same thing. They're like, wow, I love your necklace. It looks like anal beads. They always say that to me. And I'm so confused. I think they want like some kind of an innuendo, like talking in like secret code, like that I'm into that and that's what they like. And I don't really know. That's what I assume. But sometimes I'm like thinking like, are they trying to like make fun of me because I'm wearing anal beads on my neck? But I think that's like a over analytical conception. I think they're just.
Is that something women say or men?
Women say that to me every time. Very rarely would a man ever mention anything like that, but women have always come up to me and said, "Oh, I love your necklace. It's so cool. It looks just like anal beads." They always say that to me, and I'm so caught off guard. I'm like, does this mean that you like are trying to hit on me or something? Like, I don't know what to say. I kind of want to like use an innuendo, but I don't know if be going in the wrong path or the right path. I don't really know. I've always had a hard time understanding what women want me to say to them.
I think when it comes to words, frankly, I think the entrainment kind of goes both ways, because you also have to think about it. Like, yes, those words have those vibrational, like we say the fuck word, it has that negative connotation, but you also have to consider a lot of that is because you were growing up and adults basically taking you in the corner and like, poking their finger at you and telling you how terrible that word is. And you, over time, as a child, learn those negative associations. So when you hear that word, when you say that word, you're invoking all of those teachers without scowling faces looking at you again. So in a lot of ways, those words are also bad because we've been entrained. So in a lot of ways, if you think about it, it's ironic because there are these bad words. So it's like, why would you make a bad word exist in the first place? It's like, in a way, it's like they took a word, they made it bad, and then blame us and say we're bad for saying the bad word that they made bad in the first place. I don't know. It's just kind of weird.
Yeah, it is a bit strange. I don't know. Maybe that's part of the deception of language, where they're using the language to entrap us and to divide us. And it seems pretty effective. I think I've never thought of it that way, but yeah, I think in the North, people use profanity constantly, even in like casual settings. Whereas like in the South, if you ever say anything profane, you're like public enemy number one. Everybody's scowling at you and like looking at you with like disappointment. And it's like, oh my God, we all need to leave. That person's here. They just said something that's out of line. Whereas in the North, like people are really used to profanity like being overused. And so they'll say the F word like 5 times in one sentence. And people are like, fuck yeah. Whereas in the South, people are like, I gotta go. Don't ever speak to me again. It's very strange and different. It's really nice when I meet somebody else from the North and I can just talk naturally like a sailor.
I mean, to be fair, though, you can also say really horrible things with eloquent language, too. You could like have a neat description of how you say, I want to fucking kill this person. Or you could say, I want to take a hook and neatly disembowel them and draw and quarter them as I cackle with glee as they, see, I can use like eloquent sounding language to say something negative and awful and horrible too. And really the thing about swear words, that the only thing that really offends me is more the lack of creativity. If you're just like, if you're going to say something dark and offensive, like at least have some fun and be creative with it and get really like, illiterate and, like come up with some like really absurd ideas. But when you're just saying like, like swear words all the time, it's like, you gotta take those swear words and like, mix them in with something like interesting. It's just like, it's basically like it's a spice that you put in there, you don't want to put too much you don't want to make it like, it's like cinnamon or whatever. It's like, yeah, you put a little dash of cinnamon in your mix, but you don't just eat cinnamon straight out of the jar, and maybe that's kind of like what people are doing with swear words. It's just like, this is nothing but that. But, if you're going to be dark with your language, at least like, at least be articulate with your language, I say.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like when people hear somebody say a curse word, they don't even care whether they're saying something that's dark or dreary or morbid. They just hear the word and they're like, oh my God, that's a terrible person.
And it can be a positive connotation too. Like, think about like in a situation where it says like, I motherfucking love you. That feels good. That doesn't feel bad.
Sorry, that feels bad. Feels bad to people down here, unfortunately, and I'm sad that it does, because to me it's totally off. It's offbeat. It's like it's wrong that they're really misinterpreting the message that's being said. And like when if somebody were to say something that was really like morbid or something in eloquent words, that would be equally as bad. So because it's the Bible Belt. So anybody that says anything that's like about iniquity or some transgressive thing, they're like, oh my God, this person's a terrible person. How could they say these things? Or if you just say, I'm having a great fucking day, you're also public enemy number one.
Yeah.
So it's weird to me. I'm like, get over it, guys.
Yeah, to me, it was always about the intention behind the word. Because it's like, even if we take Franklin's argument that, these swear words have this kind of intrinsic, bad value to them. Like, I think if you can put enough positive energy into sometimes words, sometimes the effect is kind of transmuted and, turned into something different. Because sometimes like when people, they swear, but they'll use it in a very positive context. And And it'll be a positive context that actually like, you know, makes me choke up and like tear up with like joy. Like, man, I'm really appreciated here, because it's like, and I think it's really just about like, when it comes to language, it's more like complimentary music. It's like, I'll swear with certain friends, but with I'm with like family members or people, you know, I won't swear to them out of respect. It's like, you know what, this word may not affect this person, but this word does affect this person. And out of respect for them, I won't say that particular word, because it's like, you know, I don't necessarily want to hurt people's feelings, but you know, like you're talking about your vibrational field. It's like, yeah, because your vibrational field is probably a little bit more like a still pond of water. My vibrational field is already like a chaotic vortex of madness. So adding a few couple swear words is probably not going to make that much of a difference, you know? But yeah, I don't know. I think that there's an important point though, that I think that sometimes though, that there's also people that, you know, they don't use swear words. They don't have bad language, but they still really hurt your feelings. Like, you know, like I've had like, you know, bosses, I've had teachers or like, you know, who are really strict and mean, didn't use any swear words, no bad language, but nonetheless, we're still able to really hurt my self-esteem and make me feel bad about myself without using any swear words, without any using follow. And sometimes that's the thing too, is that like, you know, the other thing about it is that sometimes insults are better without swear. Sometimes you actually hurt someone more without using bad language, and that by using bad language, you're actually missing out on an opportunity to harm your enemy worse than you actually could. So I think if anything, my issue with swear words is not so much the offensive nature of them, but more the lack of creativity and the lack of sort of artistic expression that goes with them. Because in a lot of ways, when you're using you're nothing but swear words, you're not creating your own unique bad words. You're not creating your own, like I said before, it's like, if you're going to say swear words, you should make up your own swears. You should make up your own bad terms. You should make up your own insults for people. Like, be creative with your language. And using swear words is kind of like, it's laziness. You're not being creative with your language.
Okay, I'll show you what I'm talking about here with runes, just so we can understand the magical, like, essence. Something I've just always appreciated. I don't know how I knew it. Well, I do know how I knew it. I mean, I've gone into trance, and I've got an innate understanding of runes for some reason. That I used to be a scribe in some life, so I wrote a lot of runic stuff. So we'll start off by looking at this, and because you can see here, okay, so you've got the rune Fehu. Yeah, you guys can see this picture on the board, or am I speaking to myself? I'm speaking to myself. Okay, good. There we go. There it is. So you can see there's the rune for cattle. It's Fehu. And you can see there's the rune for torch, which is Kanaz, right? And so the Fehu and the Kanaz are two runes. Now we'll shift to another, where there's somebody who works with the runes extensively. This document explores the concept of sexual energy as a universal creative force, right? And it examines the runic principle of Kenaz, which represents controlled fire or sexual energy used for creation. Nearly all runes contain the shape of Kenaz, representing sexual energy. The document analyzes each rune in terms of the number, Kenaz shape, and how it goes. So that's what the document is about. So as we go down into it, we'll notice universal urges that are prevalent in all creatures beings. So they skip ahead. And which runes come up here? Isn't this quite interesting? Don't you guys find this fascinating? You should, because it's going to give you an insight where that word comes from, and that it's two magical runes. So there we go. So there are the two runes that I was talking about. Isn't that interesting, huh? So Fehu and kanaz. Now, if you were going to say fahuka, fahuka, foka, and then that could be becoming fuck, 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 for the word for sex. So uncontrolled fire and controlled fire coming together. The fehu represents a getting back to this one, represents cattle, and kanaz represents torch. Is that right? Yeah. So fehu represents a cattle, and a kanaz represents a torch, right? And so that's quite interesting too. It's got to do with the fundamental cattle, the bull, the life force, and kanaz representing that which is controlled. Controlled fire is a torch. So you can see how the metaphor is shaping here. So you can literally track where that word comes from in Germanic lore, how it comes from the original runes. Now, those two runes, magically, if you put them together, you put uncontrolled fire with controlled fire, you're literally speaking about having sex. Now, the important point here is like at the beginning of this thing, right? And this is like important. Sexuality as a universal creative force, which means it's divine, which means it's sacred. So if you use a word which is relating to these two runes, just because you don't know that that word has those implications doesn't mean that it now suddenly doesn't have it. Ignorance is not, oh, but I didn't know that knife was sharp. Yeah, well, it still cut you, didn't it? Yeah. Oh, I thought that if I didn't know it was sharp, it wouldn't. No, the knife being sharp, it will cut you whether you know it or not, right? So the power of that word is stemming from those two particular runes. And so it has very much to do with sex. And what I have noticed is that the use of that word, people that use that word a lot tend to have more of an issue with sex in one way or another, which is interesting. And that word obviously takes sex and turns it into a physical act. So it's no longer a sacred union between a man and a woman, sharing divine, spiritual, sexual energy, which is the universal creative force behind creation. No, it's not that. It's just a penis going into a vagina so that people can have fun. You see how it takes something divine and profound and makes it mundane. And so when we're using that word in a mundane setting, it's actually a very sacred word and should probably be used in a sacred context. So if you take a sacred word and you use it in a mundane context, you can then lose your it wears it out, right? For example, like if there's something that's sacred, like let's say you have a sacred shawl, right? Which is like highly important because it's an ancestral shawl and it's got like sacred patterns of your bloodline on it. And then you go to the toilet and you wipe your ass with it, right? Hypothetically. It's going to lose its sacred power. It's no longer going to hold the power that it held in its sacred place. And I think like this is something that is being lost in language, for example. So that I'm just using that as an example that these words that are considered curse words are considered curse words because those words would have been used to curse someone because they are using the divine creative potentials of controlled and uncontrolled fire energy to direct that at people like a direct psychic energy weapon. And it would have been used to curse people with those particular runes, for example. But what they would be using is the divine sacred energy of the union between a man and a woman that will bring new life to the planet. And so does that make sense that when you take something that's so profound and use it in such a mundane way, that you'll lose sight of how profound that sexual act is. And the more you use that word, sex, would just become, oh, it's just sex. It's just sex. Instead of, wow, this is like a sacred union between the masculine and the feminine that is a profound connection, connecting us to the supreme spiritual intelligence of the universe in a profound sharing of energy that can actually produce new life, as opposed to, it's just sex. Does that make sense in that context, like cosmic to where I was coming from?
Yeah, I'd say so.
So like this is to do with egregoric words and how words hold power and how words absorb essence, or they don't just absorb it, but they carry it, because that's like the essence is related to that word as an expression. And so many words, I think, lose their power because we use them in unconscious ways. And when we use things unconsciously, just like a tool, yeah, if you got a tool and you use the tool in an unconscious way, you might damage the tool, like a knife, for example, right? Like I've got like really lovely Japanese knives that my girlfriend gave me. I use them in a very special and very conscious way. Like I don't have to sharpen them often because of the way I look after them. And I keep them in a very special way. I don't leave them in a thing with other dishes or other knives or cutlery to rub against the steel. I keep the blade. I look after it. It's like a sacred knife. When I take it out, I use it only for like my vegetables. I don't use that knife if I need a tool and I need a sharp edge. Oh, I'm just going to grab that tool and use it, because it will end up dulling the blade, and it'll put chips in the blade and it will actually affect the performance of that blade. And I want that blade to be a pristine cutting edge. So in the same way that you can look after a tool to keep that tool so that it's pristine and so that it's optimal, words are like tools that can be used energetically. And I think that we've lost that sort of natural impulse. Josh, please don't stand there and carry on like this. I'm not going to say this again, my boy. I'm going to come and say goodnight to you just now, but not now. But I am going to count to 3. 1, 2, 3. The little boy was performing at the window. Oh, it is bedtime. He should have been in bed. Okay, I'm going to go and say goodnight to my boy. But what do you think about what I was just saying? What are you guys' thoughts? I mean, like you tell me. Do you think this? Do you think we should be preserving the sanctity of words so that we can retain the etymological knowledge of where words came from, so that we can understand what words are?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's really important that words that have important meanings, that they're preserved, and that understanding is passed down to people so that they can understand the importance of the concept or principle or word or symbol. And I think with those important words comes the ability to teach people obedience or self-mastery, the ability to basically make progress in life, the ability to work towards betterment of the self and betterment of one's ability to integrate with their community and the natural environment or whatever it might be. I feel like there's sacred words that should not be defiled or used improperly or given mixed connotations, that should be held in regard. And I've been working on creating an alphabet where it's a fusion of Eastern and Western language, and each of the letters represents a principle. And I feel like these are sacred principles. I've come up with 26 of them. There's like 22 traditional letters that are associated with principles, and there's 4 new letters that are associated with principles as well. And I feel like these are sacred principles that are like a whole school in themselves. Like if you like, there's the Bushido code where they think they had like 10 symbols or principles to live by, and they were sacred, and it was not like a joking or laughing matter. Like it's something that's very serious and sacred and important, and not to be mistreated or misrepresented. And the importance of the words like led to like the principles of leading a good life with diligent moral actions and thoughts. And I think in the West, it's been really mixed up. I think people have been so confused by our really ineffective system of guidance, where they basically have come into a world where they think that this is what you're not supposed to do. The people all have to sin. We're born to sin. We're going to sin. We can be forgiven. You just have to ask for it. So basically, people are taught that you're supposed to do the wrong thing and you're expected to. You just have to ask for forgiveness afterwards. But then you can expect punishment because that's what karma is. Or God's going to do that for you and to you. So it's a ridiculous, absurd, backwards, contradictive guidance system that basically tells people you're supposed to do the wrong thing. You're supposed to be punished for actually having done the wrong thing. And that's good. And I'm just like, wow, people are so lost and confused right now. Don't follow the herd. They have been so lost. Because really, to me, the idea of karma has been turned on its head. Karma means action, and it's associated with thought and emotion being aligned with or misaligned with that action. And this is what's been lost in the West. We don't have any understanding of that. Everybody associates it with Roman principles of guilt and shame. It's like what goes around comes around. Okay, so if you do something wrong, you have to be punished, and that's what's going to happen to you, whether you like it or not. You're going to experience negative circumstances if you do something negative to someone else. Well, it's seems a bit ridiculous. So like people are like looking forward to being punished so that they can overcome their bad karma, and then things are equalized and they're like, oh, now my karma has been resolved because I was finally punished for all of my wrongdoings, so that's out of my system. I think it's a coping mechanism they've pushed on people to think, oh, this is how you can interpret being screwed over and exploited and manipulated and ruined, like financially, by not even being able to compensate with like your opportunities. Like people may work like 5 jobs and still not be able to afford to live and like be kicked out of their homes and become homeless. This is a backward society. And so the principles that we live by say that like this is good. It's like, since that happened to you, it's because you stole a candy bar that one time at the grocery store. Now that you've become homeless, now you're free from your wrongdoings. Things have been equalized. It's like, oh yeah, this was that bad karma that was hanging over me. Now it's finally been resolved. So then people see bad things in a good way, which is not good. That's not what you want. You don't want to gravitate towards those things and welcome them openly and walk right into them purposefully. You want to try to make things better for yourself and do the right thing and try to have things work out in a good way. But it's also important to be able to roll with the punches and be able to have resilience. It's just not something that you want to like welcome into your life, as like all the burdens and the punishments and the problems and the conflict and the flack. It's not something you want to openly like welcome into your life and look for more of. But it's good to be able to have resilience and be able to continue on after those things have happened to you and you've gone through them. So I think it's kind of a fine line. I feel like maybe they've created these broken systems of guidance in the Western world because people don't really have a good way to build resilience. So they see that people are failing without having this like twisted, contradictory, broken guidance system. And if they don't have that, then they're like overly like stressed out. It's like, oh no, like I feel so bad of what I did, like my regrets, this is never going to be okay. Maybe that's what the problem is. Maybe people carry too much shame and guilt. I might have shame and guilt, but I don't know, it's blocked. Same with my anxiety and fear. So I feel like it's very hard for me to resonate or understand why people do this or why it's a big deal, because for me, it's really not.
Yeah, shame and guilt. And the other thing about that is that when you feel guilty, because the idea is that if you feel guilty, you're supposed to sort of acknowledge you've done something bad. But the problem is that the guilt becomes so overwhelming, you're too ashamed to tell anybody. You're too ashamed to, ask for help and be open about it because it's this terrible thing that you're supposed to be ashamed of. But I think to me that it doesn't help though if you can't be open about what you're ashamed of. Like, let's say, I'm doing this terrible thing, I need help with this problem. Can somebody, get me to a psychiatrist? But if there's shame and stigma around, you might not be willing to, open up and ask for that help. And as for, shame and guilt, like, I don't know, I've just become so skeptical of shame and guilt, because you realize that when you look at pretty much every cult and every authoritarian civilization that ever existed, they almost always use guilt as a form of social control, using that sense of like, fear and intimidation. Because in a lot of ways, the thing about fear is that it overrides your rational mind. And it's like, you want to like program someone's mind and get them to believe something's crazy, just make them so deeply terrified that their rational thinking basically short circuits. I mean, that's like why the hell narrative is so important in Christianity, because even if you look at the Bible and you see a lot of these stories sound very ridiculous and, farcical and fantastical, that the imagery of hell is so intense, it turns your brain off almost, and it just makes you more, susceptible to that. And I think that the thing about fear and guilt is that it doesn't work, is because the idea is that, you get some kind of negative stimuli to sort of like detract you. It's like, oh, you're doing this bad thing. You feel guilty in this certain way so that you don't do the bad thing in the future. But the problem is I noticed that, it's like there's a failure to understand like, human psychology, and that some people are just narcissists. Because with religion, it's like, you get guilt, but it doesn't work either way, because it's like the people that don't deserve guilt, that people that are actually good, they follow the rules, they go along with the doctrine, oftentimes those people they feel guilty. They always feel like they're doing something wrong, that they can't ask for anything for themselves. And then on the other side, the people that actually do need to feel guilty, the narcissists, they think they're God's like given earth. They think they're like completely wrong and completely blameless. And the guilt doesn't work on them either, because they don't even see themselves as bad in the first place. So in the irony, it's like what religion does. It's like it convinces sinful people that they're basically not sinners, and it takes people that are pure and convinces them that are sinners. It's basically convincing good people that they're evil and convincing evil people that they're good. And so it's like it doesn't work either way, because so when it comes to fear, I think that the only time you should use fear to motivate someone is when empathy and compassion, don't work anymore. And it's just like, and it's a life or death kind of situation, because there's certain people that are just, they're total psychopaths, and that, putting them in prison is the only thing that's going to motivate them. But most general people don't need that kind of fear and intimidation. Most people, they have that, having an empathy for someone in a bad situation, that alone is enough for some people to do the right thing. So in a lot of ways, like I question, the guilt and its efficacy, just in terms of, does it even do what it's intended to do? And I'm not even sure that it even does that. And oftentimes it seems to do the opposite of what it's intended to do. It actually just takes the people who are good and truly noble and virtuous, and it makes them second guess themselves and make them think that they're sinful and unworthy. Whereas the people that are truly evil and sinful, these are the people who think they're enlightened. These are the people who think they're, that they're in God's command, and that they're the holy ones. And it's a total Uno reversal, man, in the worst way.
Don't you think that it's just the way things are, though? It's natural. And I'll explain to you what I mean. Like, I noticed, and I trained really hard in my martial arts. Like, I was determined to go to the World Championships, and maybe go to Olympics. And I had a runway towards that. And because I was already like, top in South Africa. So it would have been a natural progression if I kept training at that level to get to that international world championships, Olympics type of level competition. And the more I trained, the harder I trained, the more I devoted myself. And I mean, I trained a lot, like 25 hours, 26 hours a week, 28 hours a week. Like, this is a lot of time to devote to martial arts. And the more I trained and the more I focused and the more I went to classes and the more I looked at my technique, the worse I seemed. And it was really bugging me. Instead of getting quicker, I was getting slower. Instead of like, I thought I had it all. Now I was like, no, I've got so much more to learn. Shucks, I've got so much work to do. I thought I had it, man. I thought I was there. It's like you realize, no, I was just a beginner. And I went to speak to my sensei about it. And I opened up to him and he laughed at me. He laughed at me because he's been there, right? He's been there, done it, worn the t-shirt. He knows the story. He said to me, no, this is a really good sign. He said, this means that you are breaking your shell of your potential. You're cracking that shell to expand into a new potential. Leave it on the bar. Don't move it from the bar, please, my boy. I left my phone on the bar and I've got another instance. I better go and get it because my son, he's got hold of it. Next thing, there'll be another person on this live. Is to make sure that Bush Whisperer telephone isn't on here. Okay, it's not on the screen, thank God. Otherwise, my little boy would join us on the live. And I just put him in bed. So I'm gonna. Speaking about another thing about what you said, Indy, you never had a 10-year-old. I'm telling you, there comes a place where fear works. Like when he's messing with the birds or the dogs, and he knows I'm going to take action, and it's going to lose him access to his tablet, lose him access to his computer. Sometimes I'm so angry, I'll smash your tablet, dude. I'll throw it against the wall, and that'll be it for your tablet. I don't know when I'll buy you another one. Don't push this. Like if he hurts the animals or something, because he's 10 years old, he pushes the limits. So sometimes, the consequences of cause and effect are quite useful when it comes, and you see it more acutely with a child who's still learning. Joshua, I'm going to say this once. Put it where you found it and do not move it, and go and get into bed, or else. See? He's running around the house with my phone. He thinks he's trying to bring it to me, but he should be in bed. I went to put him in bed and tucked him in and kissed him goodnight. Now he's up and running around the house. He's found my phone. He's playing with my phone. But yeah, that fear thing, I think it's got its place for people that are young. And some of the young souls, they need that. I know I left my phone there. I've seen it 3 times. Now, if I catch you out of bed, I'm going to do something with your tablet. You're not going to touch it for a month. You better, I love you more than anything in the world. Don't talk again. Go get to bed. I'm on a live. I'm not going to talk again. Good night. So, yeah. Sorry, that's him. He can't get in here because I've locked myself in here. Locked him out.
Yeah, my parents tried to use that conditioning on me, and it backfired on them because I overthrew their authority. So it made me to become like having issues with authority, never able to keep a job. I also have a hard time maintaining like friendships and relationships because it's hard for me to like submit to people because I feel superior to everyone. And people say that I'm arrogant and conceited a lot, but I really don't see myself that way. I feel like I'm very kind-hearted and I'm very compassionate, and I want everybody to succeed. But I was thinking about this today. When you're in a traffic line, everybody's supposed to merge into one lane. people try to merge immediately. I try to go as far as I can before I have to merge. And I thought about it, and I thought to myself, if an officer pulled me over, which has happened before, why do you think that you can go along and get in the last minute where everybody else has to merge immediately? You think you're better than everybody else? And I think to myself, like, yeah, I think I am better than other people because I'm not worried about other people hating me and giving me flack. I have strong resilience. It doesn't bother me when people are mad at me. And I'm happy with the fact that I'm the one that's able to do this without being burdened by it. I'm going to go up and I'm going to go out first, and it doesn't worry me. Whereas other people are like, oh no, I don't want people to think poorly of me. I want to do the right thing. I want to do what I'm supposed to do. I don't want to do what I'm supposed to do. I have a very defiant streak in me. I try to do what I'm not supposed to do if I'm supposed to do something, because I don't like to be told what to do. So I meet other people like this, and I get along really well with them, but other people don't really like us very much. I feel like they're stuck in fear conditioning. They're too worried to do what's considered to be wrong, where it's really not that bad. Like, is it really so bad to go up to the furthest you can on an open lane and then merge in later? I feel like everybody should do that. Shouldn't we all just go up into both lanes as far as we can? Be more room for cars. More cars could come up closer to where they're trying to go. I don't understand why people are so ridiculous. It's like, let's all wait in line at the back of the line and wait for like 30 minutes to be able to get what we're trying to do. I mean, I try to be very patient, but if I don't need to be patient, why be patient when there's an open lane in front of you and you can go right ahead? I feel like it's a blessing in disguise. It's like they say in Taoism that good fortune is as light as a feather, but hardly anyone ever thinks to pick it up. Misfortune is as heavy as earth, but people carry it on their backs and you don't even know why. And when I read that, I'm like, yeah, that explains everything to me. People do the worst possible scenario situation because they're scared and they don't realize why they couldn't just do the right thing. But it's because they're nervous and they're not willing to take on challenges upon themselves. They want to do the easy thing that's the safest. They seek comfort. I think seeking comfort and safety is kind of, to me, girly or childish. It's like, all right, if you want to be the master of your world, you need to confront the challenges ahead of you. The more you run from them, the harder it's going to get to ever face them. So I feel like for people in the world that are like taking the scared route, I think you're just making things harder for yourself and everybody else. Although it could be making things a lot easier for other people that aren't scared, that are willing to go ahead and take the opportunity that's right in front of them. So maybe that's what it is. Maybe there's just opportunities that are here for people that are meant to have them. And most people just aren't meant to have opportunities. They must be stuck in their cage. It's a cage they built for themselves.
Just responding to that, I can break it down in terms of nature. You can control a predator with fear, but you cannot control a herbivore with fear. They're different. So people that have bad intentions and want to do bad things, they can be controlled with fear. People that don't have bad intentions, I'm the same. Like, I'm actually like, I don't really want to hurt anyone. I don't really want to do anything bad. I actually just want to like rather help people, But you get other kinds of bastards out there that aren't like that. They get off on causing other people harm. But when those people come face to face with a consequence that will restrict them, right? Those people get like the bully. The bully can be controlled with fear. And because a bully is someone that they get off on other people's fear. And so the fear is what they fear the most. Does that make sense? And I think you're right, boys generally, like when it comes to children, boys are very different to girls. Boys are much more aggressive, and boys can be more harmful to other people. Like, I'll give you an example of a little boy. Somebody was telling me that they were in a shopping center. I think it was my girlfriend, And there was a little boy that was like punching his mother and punching his mother and punching his mother, or doing something, hurting her, pulling her hair and hurting her, because he wasn't happy. He wasn't in a good mood. He was causing her, she was getting hurt. And, you know, the right thing to do with that little boy would be for the mother to turn around and say, if you do that again, I'm going to go and get all of your favorite toys. I'm going to donate them to a charity shop. See how you like them peanuts, buddy. And if he does it, then do it. The next time when she speaks about donating his favorite toys to a charity shop, he'll know that she means it. And he'll be afraid. And when she says, don't pull people's hair, he won't pull people's hair. Now, he's too young to know that he shouldn't be pulling hair because he's immature. But that's how he's going to learn to stop pulling hair. Because when he pulls another child's hair and he wants to be a bully because he's learned to be a bully. So like that's like a different kind of thing. And I think some adults never grow up emotionally. Some adults stay like children. And those particular unique, special kinds of adults, they need a different kind of medicine to a mature adult. I don't know. You're going to say something, Cosmic?
Yeah. I think a lot of that, just like when you think about one of the reasons I think when you're a kid, you don't necessarily like, you know, have a consideration for other people's feelings is because, well, you know, you're young, you haven't really gone through a lot of stuff in life. You haven't really like suffered and gone through the trials and tribulations of things. So you don't really have a reference point as to why something would have said that. Whereas when you get older, you know, you go through school, you get a job, you have, you know, different relationships with people, things happen in your life, and then you're like, oh man, life is really tough. So you don't really necessarily have that understanding when you're a child. So for an adult, you know, when you think about people who are kind of like, you know, perhaps like your rich, like trust fund kids, because they didn't really have that adversity growing up, they can't necessarily relate to when other people have adversity. To them, it's just like a kind of like an annoyance, right? Because like I realize like that's kind of the thing, like one aspect of empathy, you know, is that you understand what pain feels like. If you don't understand what it's like to suffer or to feel pain, I don't think it's really possible to feel empathy for another human being, because you see that it's like, hey, that person's suffering the way I do. I know what that feels like internally, and I can relate to what that person is going through. Whereas if you've never had that pain, you know, and the other aspect of that empathy is the sense of vulnerability, of being able to look at yourself, and maybe you're not the top dog, you're not the one at the top of the pyramid, but, you know, you still have value, because in a lot of ways you're able to be vulnerable and go with the punches. Well, as you think about what a narcissist is somebody who goes out of their way to try to avoid vulnerability, because that vulnerability is, they perceive it as what it makes them weak. It makes them easy to manipulate by other people. But that lack of vulnerability that they want to face is also why they don't have empathy, because they're too afraid to engage with their own vulnerability. They don't face the pain and emotion that would allow them to relate to other people around them who are suffering. So when I think of like a narcissist, I think of like someone who's metaphysically like, that's kind of like, so in Zarfexology, there's the whole concept of Zerfikes, is that every religion, you know, kind of is like a belief system that limits how you perceive reality. Well, there's also one where you can create one for yourself, where it's just, you know, you think that you're God and that you think everything is about you and your subjective feelings, and you can basically, you know, Zerfikes yourself by just thinking that you're God. And so what that means is like, you think of everything that your bubble, your Zerfax you exist in, is the only bubble that exists, and no other bubbles exist, you know, outside of you. So everybody just seems like a figment of your imagination, or they're just some kind of like fake thing, and you can kind of play around with them and mess with them. Whereas if you realize that there is a Zerfax outside of your world, outside of your perception, you realize like, oh, this is a being that has individual agency independent of me, and also has feelings and emotions, and I can relate to them on a certain level, and you feel empathy for them because they actually seem real. They have a life force, because you were able to recognize a world and a life form outside of yourself and your own perception. Whereas narcissists and truly like bad people like that, they don't do that. Their existence is totally insular. It's like they're just totally like inside their own kind of like head, if you will. They're literally, you know, up their own arse, you know, if you will. like as the British would say. And yeah, I think that's like the thing. I always think about that kind of that narcissism and that malevolence as a kind of blindness. And the point that I'm making that kind of like vindicates like, you know, what you guys are talking about is that I think that if you're a person that is capable of empathy, is capable of compassion in some, even at a small level, that I don't think that fear is required to make you a better person. You know, sometimes just realizing you're good. But if you aren't, you don't have any love and you're just completely just this immoral, then yeah, fear will motivate a person like that because they're not motivated by love. You think about it, the reason they're motivated by fear is because love doesn't motivate. Most normal people, their base motivation is love. That for, you know, love for their family members, their friends, their community, you know, or even nature to a perceptual. But these people that are like that, the reason they respond to fear is because they don't respond to love. Most people are motivated by love, but a truly wicked person, love doesn't entice them. Love is meaningless to them, but fear will motivate them.
Yeah, it's same thing I noticed. Like, never square up to a bull in the wild, ever. Keep your head bowed. Never square up to an elephant. Keep your head bowed. Don't square up to a wild boar. Keep your head bowed. But if you see a leopard, square up and approach the leopard head on, and be prepared for a fight. And as far as I know, they'll always back away because they're a predator. They've got they're thinking like a predator, right? So when you think like a predator, you fall under the rules of a predator. When you think like a herbivore, you fall under the rules of a herbivore. And a herbivore has got a different set of rules to a predator. So you choose in life, you're either a herbivore or a predator. And in this context, the metaphor, I think, is you're either, you know, live and let live, or you're like live and let die. You're one of the two, right? And I think that's like pretty much good. I can't complain, Lamage. Very good, man. LA Mage. Ash. Cool, man. Tracy. Namaste, Big Tracy. Big love to you. I hope you're well. Yeah, so I think like, you know, that those principles are universal that we can take out of nature and apply them to the real world. When we're dealing with a bully, give no quarter. When you're dealing with a nice person, give them all the space in the world, you know, because it makes sense, doesn't it? Like, you know, given to each as they give unto themselves, in a sense. And you know, that way people will understand that you're a safe space, in a sense. But you know, looking at the words, back to the words, and coming to deal with confrontations and situations, there's this one very powerful word that people don't use enough, because they use the word in conjunction with other words. And there's one word that, if it's said on its own without any other words, it's an infinitely powerful word. But the moment you start mixing that word with other words, it loses some of its power. Cosmic, do you know which word I'm talking about?
Of course.
One word, two letters. No. No explanation. No embellishment. No, you know, adding to it. You just say no. No. It's such a powerful word, if you think about it, because it's pure negativity, isn't it? But like, I don't mean negativity in a toxic way. I mean, you know, no means boundary. Yeah, I think it's such a good word, like to just be able to look at people and say no, because very often, like you were saying, Cosmic, earlier, that some people will manipulate other people. I think Indy was also saying this. Some people will manipulate people into feeling guilt. Accidentally put my mic off. Or feeling like responsible, or, you know, that this is often how sociopaths and narcissists operate. Now, get under your skin and use your own emotions against you. And to be able to just say that one word, to just think for yourself and go, is this what I want to do? Is this rational? Does this serve a greater purpose? And if it doesn't, then step out of the emotions and just say no. It's such a great word, you know. Like if a guy's trying to chat up a girl and the girl's not interested, instead of going like he's just, can I buy you a drink? I'd really like to sit down and buy you a drink. And she knows this guy's wanting more than a drink and he's already tipsy. She could say, well, no, I don't really feel like a drink. I'd rather, it's late, I have to go. If she just looks him in the eye and says no, it's very clear. It's powerful. The guy's going to be like, whoa, I've been shot down. Crash and burn, he's going to go off and find a weaker girl or woman to try and hit on or do whatever his nonsense he's trying to do. And so that powerful word can be used in any kind of a situation, and it's something that we don't always. It took me a long time to learn to just say no, because I always wanted to be. I always wanted to be nice. I always wanted to try and go further for other people. And the one day I realized that I don't have to. Always, I can decide for myself whether this is the right situation, and I don't have to feel guilty because I'm not bending over backwards for someone else. And to learn to just at the right time say no was for me very powerfully liberating, right? And I think it's like it's the opposite of the Jim Carrey film. Yes, man. And yes is another very powerful word as well. It's extremely powerful if it's just on its own, And so there's something to do with like minimalism and simplicity when it comes to using words and the power that words can represent, If somebody asks you a question and the answer is yes, it's what it is. Somebody asks you, if you ask someone a question and they go, well, they're going to give you an explanation. They think this and they think this. You might be like, is that true? Is that right? But if it's just yes, it's yes. Like these definitive, powerful words, yes opens your energy to someone, no closes it to someone on its own. The moment you mix those words, then you're opening, closing, opening. So if you want to close your energy to someone, you use one word, no. If you want to open your energy, you use one word, yes. Yeah. In fact, you could meet a girl, cosmic. Next time you see a girl, you're like, try this. I know this is going to sound weird. Walk up to her, look her in the eye, smile and say, yes. That's the pickup line. There's no messing around, man. It's just, yes.
Yeah.
She's going to look at you. She's going to go like, what do you mean? When I look at you, there's just one word in my mind. Yes.
It also makes me think about like in creative writing, the idea of hard and soft language. Like I always kind of read about like how people like Ernest Hemingway would use really kind of like hard and robust language because he was like a very kind of like macho, manly guy. So he would describe his stuff with very simple, straightforward sentences, and there's a kind of like a definitiveness to this. Whereas if there's other authors that are more soft with their language, they kind of endlessly kind of pontificate on, like all the different various like, colors in the garden, et cetera, et cetera. They get very like, flowery with their prose. But I'm yeah, it's like just exactly what you're talking about with, language. And I think what you're talking about is that when words don't have this kind of like a lot of room for interpretation or vagueness, and they're just something that's very simple as yes or no, there's a kind of a definitive power with words like that because they're, I don't know, maybe they're less elusive because other words are more, they're more enigmatic and subject to interpretation and kind of vague. And then there's other words, and it seems like the words that are the most powerful are the ones that seem the least vague, or at least powerful in that sense. I guess something could be vague, and I guess vagueness is a different kind of power. I guess if you want something to be elusive or mysterious or deceptive, I guess there's a power in that as well.
all sorts of nonsense going on here on my keyboard. I've got this keyboard that's got all these extra keys, and if I touch the keys on the side, it does all weird sorts of stuff on my screen. I've got this new mouse I was using today, and it's got these buttons on the side where if you touch them, it will go, it'll kick you out of your browser and you'll go back. My other mouse should be charged by now. This is a spare mouse. I just bought it so that I got another mouse for my boy. But anyway, it's interesting. Just gotta be careful. I've got a dangerous keyboard and a dangerous mouse here that can kick me out of the show in a drop of a hat. But I think that's basically the key to what you're saying is there's power in simplicity, and the simpler something is, the more power it contains because there's less variables. Yeah, and like I'll give you an example, right? The most potent form of martial arts, I think, my opinion, right, is for somebody to just learn to throw an incredibly powerful punch. No nonsense. Just one incredibly powerful punch. It's going to punch right through your guard and it's going to knock you out. That's it. It's not going to be a fight. It's not going to be a big story. It's just it's a one punch. It's like a shotgun as opposed to like an Uzi. And like I've noticed all the MMA martial arts, they all seem to be about bringing as many different techniques in and training. But I noticed like when they throw their punch, they don't seem to have that same presence. Like I don't think they can just punch through each other's guards, for example, easily, or just like completely punch through someone's block, and it's pointless. So it's just interesting, you know, that you can even apply that concept to physical martial arts prowess, and I think you can apply it to everything in life. You know, like if you're going to build a house, the simpler the structure, the more likely it's going to be able to stand against the weather. But if you build a house that's got all these different roof heights and all this different, then you start getting problems when there's a heavy windstorm, right? Because now you got to compensate because this roof channels the wind like that. Because it channels the wind like that, that higher roof is now susceptible to the updraft channeled by that roof, which is going to increase the power of the wind moving at that angle, more likely to rip that roof off. So the design features have then got to start to take into account all of the different complexities of the shape of a house. Where if a house is just a straightforward bang, bang, straightforward house, then it's normally a stronger design, you know, because you can angle it into the prevalent wind directions. So it even seems to apply to architecture to a certain degree, you know. And I do think that, you know, when it comes to occult practices, simplicity is powerful too. I think that when we start to add too much complexity, we're making our head get more involved. And when our head's getting more involved, we're becoming more rational. And when we become more rational, we become less instinctive and intuitive. And I imagine you would agree, like the real power and the real force behind magic is your raw passion and your impulse, right?
Of course.
So, and the refinement of how to use that is the nuance of the mental. But when the mental gets bigger than the passion, then you got this incredible ability to use an energy, but it's not a strong energy, where you almost want to keep it simple, you know, just keep that raw emotional drive of passion and be able to just channel that force without effort towards your goals and manifest, you know. You're going now. Big love, D-Love. Om Shanti. I noticed we've got to the 4-hour mark as well. I thought, any last ideas to throw on the table before we call it a night?
I think I've said what I needed to say for today. Indy, I don't know if he's still here or not.
Indy Sage is in the house. I think he's in. There he is. He's still around.
Yeah, I also think I got to say what I needed to say today too. It was a lovely discussion. It was really a good time trying to explore these great topics today. And thanks to everybody in the chats. And thank you guys for being here for an awesome time.
Well, thank you all in the chat, and thank you, Indy, and thank you, Cosmic. It's been an honor as always. And sorry that everything was so disjointed in the beginning this morning. I mean, this evening, your morning, my evening. I see through your screen the morning in the background, you know, when I'm talking to you, like the sunniness and everything. And then I'm like, yeah, well, actually, it's still way away from morning. Yeah. But yeah, luckily my internet managed to last. I'm actually getting a phone call from them in 25 minutes. So, because it's 10 p.m. here. And I spoke to the guy today. I said, please call me at 10:30 after my live so that we can, because I need to reset my thing. I'm not getting my proper speed, but at least it's stable, right? Stable is okay. If not proper speed, it's not the end of the world, but stable. That's what I've got. But yeah, thank you everybody in the chat. I hope you guys have enjoyed our tongue lashings, and I hope you guys have an absolutely fantastic and fabulous weekend. And take it easy, keep it sweet, keep it smiling. Where are we now? Saturday. Ooh, the moon just moved into Taurus. Whoa. The moon just moved into Taurus today, tomorrow. Am I right? I think the moon's moving into Taurus. The moon is exalted in Taurus, by the way. So it is the happiest place for a moon to be, and it's new moon. So I think it's new moon right now. It's forming a super new moon phase. So yeah, the moon is in Taurus and it's a super new moon. And so it's the good time to reassess your financial world. And it's a good time for stability and grounding. So big love to all of you peeps. Dear Bernadine, dear Tommy, Tom Rue, Collie, hey, Colise, sorry, Freya, D Love's left, I think, Tracy, big love, dear Tracy, and Ariane, and everybody else that's been in the chat, sending you all big love and big blessings. La Mageline, big love to you. Take it easy, people. Keep it sweet, keep it real. Don't forget to smile. Life is short, and make it work. Om Shanti. And thank you, dear brothers. It's been an honor to be on the stage with you guys.
Blessed be.